right along the county lines there. So this area is basically where you've got Sangamon County, you've got Morgan County, you've got Macoupin County. Right there at the corner of those three is where that circulation is. And so you're talking about, so these are the county lines right here. So Waverly, there is Highway 111 and there's 104, and this thing is going straight east, going to be traveling. They're probably just south of 104. And again, you can see the classic inflow notch that we're getting from this, and where you've got that little hooked area. So just kind of back it out, and we'll put a little bit of a loop on it. You can see the general direction it's going, and it's generally moving kind of straight east there. So as I mentioned, kind of traveling right there along that State Route 104. If you're in Auburn right now, you need to be taking shelter. This thing could take that jog, just barely there to the north. It's going to be impacting places close to Thayer. If you are in southern portions of Sangamon County right now, it is imperative for you to take shelter immediately, as we've got a pretty good indication of some rotation on this storm that is out there. And what we're seeing are all the classic signs that you get. This is one supercell kind of out on its own in an area that, again, is not going to be impeded by any other storms. As we kind of back it out, it's the one lone guy that's out there. And you can see there's Champaign, okay? Look how Champaign is, Decatur is calm right now. The one storm that we're looking at down here into Sangamon County, where we have got the classic hook echo there with this. Rotation is being seen within it as well. What we can do is switch over to our velocity mode, and what it's going to do is kind of show us those reds and greens, okay? Right next to one another. And so the area of concern right there, going to be now east of 141. So heading towards Louder, Thayer. Listen, Verdon, you're technically not in that warning, but that's going to be really close to you. This is where we have that rotation with the storm. You're going to want to take shelter. There could be a potential tornado right here, okay? And this is going to be moving off to the east. Okay, so this is the area. You can see we're kind of outlining it for you where the tornado warning is in effect. There could be a tornado happening right now. We have been watching and getting in some pictures here from some of our storm chasers that are out on this. So we're going to be able to show those to you here in just a few minutes. And they were showing some clear lowerings that are on the ground there, or some clear lowerings that are getting close to the ground, I should say. And so this is our big concern that we've got. So if you're in Auburn, if you are in Thayer, and again, close to the Verdon area, that's going to be Highway 4, of course, that comes south there. In that general location, that's where the highest concern is right now. As we switch things back over, and there is that classic hook, very large supercell on the north side of this, where some of those purple colors are showing up there. That's where you've got some of that hail. So near Waverly along 104, that is the hail core part of that storm. Okay, and some of the hail reports are talking about golf ball size hail in there. So Auburn, again, whether you get the tornado, whether you get the hail, you're going to get something out of this most likely, because there are some very large hailstones within this, strong updrafts today, keeping these storms or these hailstones suspended in the air enough to where those hailstones can continue to grow. And that's what's already happening. There were some reports with the storms out west towards St. Louis of 3-inch size hail with the storms. And so really, really big hail stones with this. Now, the tornadic threat is definitely still present. It's going to be south of just south of Waverly there, and right on the Macoupin, the Morgan, and the Sangamon County line, right there where those three line up. So if you live anywhere in that general area, you need to be taking shelter immediately. We're talking about places there along 104 that are going to stretch all the way to Auburn, right along the county line area. Tornado warning continues in effect. As we show you, what we can do is we can kind of bring this out a little bit, show you the path that this may take. And I think the latest movement on this was somewhere near about 50 miles an hour or so. So we'll go ahead and kind of stretch this out. And what we'll do here is we're going to have to back it up here just a little bit and get a storm path on it and show you kind of the location it's heading for over the next hour or so. Again, these are moving at a fairly quick pace. So we'll stretch it out here we'll do you at about 45 miles per hour or so. And these are some of the locations that we're seeing. Down the line, Taylorville, I just want to give you guys a heads up, kind of down the line, Taylorville potentially could be in your area in the next 45 minutes or so. So we're giving you lots of time to kind of plan, prep here with that storm as it comes through, but it's going to hug right along the Sangamon County line here. Now, if we can pull up our other weather system here on Max 1, you're going to see a picture that I'd like to share with you. This was just sent in to us here by some of our storm chasers that are down there near the Waverly area, and they are reporting that low base of the cloud. And that's what they're seeing just south of Waverly, exactly where that tornado warning location is right now. And so that is essentially the concern with that potentially coming to the ground here. I've not heard any confirmed reports of this, but there's definitely some rotation that is going on in that exact area, and that's the classic signs that you would see. Kind of a little bit of a wall cloud there. You can see how low that cloud base is to the ground, and circulation occurring in that same area as well. So again, their tornado warning continues. If you are in Thayer, it is really important. You need to be taking shelter right now. If you are in the Thayer area, we'll come back here and show you what we're looking at on radar. So it is right there. There's your classic hook, your notch, your inflow coming in, rotating part of the storm. It's going to be right here. And this is Thayer. In the next 10 minutes, this thing's going to be on top of you. You need to be in your tornado safe spot right now. Again, this is hugging right along that Macoupin-Sangamon County line. Highway 104 up here. Louder, Auburn, you're probably going to get some hail from this, but Thayer and just areas between Louder and Thayer, high concern for the potential for a tornado with this storm right in that little kind of rain-free base there of the storm. Right in that little notch there is where that would be. Okay, they just updated this. Looks like a new warning is now kind of taking into account maybe a little bit of a southerly turn, a little bit of a slight right turn maybe, and they just want to include now northern portions there of, I believe it's going to be Montgomery and Macoupin County. It is. So they're from Girard, Verdon, Farmersville, all of you now under this new tornado warning, take into account for this little notch that is down here where that tornado potentially is located along the county line. So again, locations here in southern Sangamon County, and they just updated there for the new warning. And again, so they've cut it off. Waverly, you're in the clear now if you're in Waverly. But now we're looking at the storm that's going to hug right along the county lines. We continue to kind of monitor this for you. I know we've got, let me know whenever we have Jacob and when we can talk to him, because I know he is out in the storm tracker out there. Jacob, if you're with us, what's your location there? I'm starting to see your camera view. We want to show people what you're seeing. Let us know where you're at and what you're seeing right now.
Hey Kevin, I think you can hear me now. We are on the Sangamon Christian County line, just to the east of Pawnee, kind of watching things there. I'll zoom out right over here. This is Pawnee. See if you can see some of the buildings that are there, the water tower perhaps showing up there in the center of the screen. The storm is right on the Sangamon, Macoupin, Montgomery County line there, and certainly is a very large lowering. It's very messy looking. The lightning on this, Kevin, has been really impressive to watch, and the structure itself too, very classic supercellular structure. I'll show you kind of the edge here, and you can see that left edge, that's the south edge of the storm there, almost looking like some pancakes stacking up, a sign that there's some really good rotation aloft with that, and potentially at the surface here. So storm is moving quick. We're not going to advance any further. At some point, I'm going to bail back to the east and head to Taylorville. We kind of got Sancris Lake and the power plant there at Kincaid that'll be in the way, and we want to stay ahead of this thing, but we'll be keeping an eye on this for a few more minutes as we're sitting on the east side of Pawnee right now. This storm now moving in our direction with some fairly big hail. While I'm sitting here, I know a little closer, my dad's out there. I think you've got some pictures from him too that you've been sharing. So we're going to keep our eyes on this storm as it continues off to the east. Live in the storm tracker on the east side of Pawnee, I'm Jacob Dickey. We'll send it back to you.
Okay, I'm just going to tell you this. There was an uptick in the last radar scan with this storm right on the county line there. Now, again, just to let you guys know kind of where Jacob is. Jacob's going to be out here. He's far out ahead of the storm. He wants to kind of stay ahead of it here. And so he's going to be kind of probably riding right along 104 and kind of hanging in that area as this storm continues to move off to the east. This is the area where the tornado is. And I was just noticing a slight uptick in maybe some of the rotation on this. And I would be concerned that we might have a tornado that is getting close here. Thayer, I'm telling you right now, Thayer, tornado safe spot, lowest level of your house. Okay, you're talking about center most part, lowest level. Get down there because that tornado is coming right in your general direction. And what I want to do is we've got a storm path here that Seth has set up for us here. And Seth, you've got that there. Verdon, you know, that area and locations there heading towards Thayer need to be on the lookout right now.
That is correct. Yeah, Verdon kind of right in the path of that center of rotation that we've been looking at there. And we've got a whole list of the towns that are in the path of this one. There's just a little bit of uncertainty. We said there's, you know, a little bit of a southern turn in this or a right turn in this storm. So that's why your cone gets a little bigger there towards the end. But places that we can say are high likelihood of being in the path of this thing are Verdon and, of course, the Verdon High School there. Farmersville, it's still about 12 minutes away, but you definitely want to be getting to your tornado safe spot as well. Even if it does just move slightly to your north there, you're, of course, included in that warning. And then just farther down the line there, a little more downstream, we could see potentially places like Morrisonville, Taylorville could be in the path of this thing, but it's just a little too early to call that there just based on the fact that we don't know if this thing's going to continue to trend just a little bit south or if it's going to correct itself there and tread a little more directly to the east. So that is what we are seeing here right now at the moment. Definitely want to be in your tornado safe spot if you are at the top of that list, because that is when it is right over the top of your head.
All right, thanks a lot, Seth there. Here's the thing. We've got the whole other team in here monitoring things for you. I know a lot of you may be watching on our Facebook page or Twitter pages, our weather app, WCIA.com. All those are places you can continue to watch our coverage on there. So if you need to take shelter, take your phone with you, streaming on there, and our website, Facebook. You can find us all over the place. All of our different pages have that as well. Okay, guys, so right now, Thayer to Verdon, between let's just throw in Auburn there as well. Auburn, Thayer, Verdon, right along Highway 4. This area here, big concern right now. It is an immediate threat for you in Thayer. And again, we can see that. Let's go ahead and send things over here. I believe we've got another shot coming up here with Jacob, who possibly has a funnel cloud here. Let's go ahead and pop his shot up there for us, guys. Let's go ahead and take Jacob. There we go. So possibly, Jacob, there may be a little funnel cloud trying to form in your area, looking off to the west.
Yeah, hey Kevin, we've been watching this storm, and I can tell there's pretty intense rotation with this as it's moving in our direction. It has been moving to the left from my viewpoint, which does show that southern location here, and so we're watching very closely. I'll kind of pan a little bit here. You can see that very low base on this storm, and it will continue to some pretty good rotation with that. So we're watching it, keeping an eye on things here, and we'll watch very closely. So we're going to watch this here as there's a very large storm that's in progress, and a lot of rotation with that as it's moving on in. So very strong lowering, and going to keep a very close eye on things as we move on through. Live in the storm tracker, Kevin, I'm going to be heading back to the east towards Taylorville. We'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Jacob. Appreciate your reports that are live out in the field in the storm tracker. I was giving you those views to let you know what it really is looking like. Not just the radar and the colors that you see on here. Thayer still under the gun, Verdon as well. We'll even kind of throw out, let's see, Jacob is there in Pawnee, just south and west of that, Divernon. Those areas there, this is going to cross over I-55. Okay, it's going to cross over I-55 in the next kind of 10 to 15 minutes or so, heading straight to the east. Just to kind of give you an idea again, we'll put a little bit of a loop on it so you can see the movement that the storm is taking, and maybe just in the last frame there, a slight jog to the south, which is why they went ahead and included the new tornado warning that includes places like Farmersville, heading into Montgomery County there right now. These storms are moving really quick. Okay, which is why Jacob's going to try to stay ahead of these here. But he is, again, there in Pawnee, and they just updated this. New tornado warning now. And it looks like Taylorville, your sirens are going to be sounding. Kincaid, Zenobia, looks like all the way down to Morrisonville. All of those locations are now under this new tornado warning. So we've got this one lone storm that we are concerned about. Hail potential there, obviously. But now that extends all the way into Christian County. They're kind of getting ahead of this here to kind of warn people of this. Again, we all know in Taylorville, 5 or so years ago, the EF3 tornado that came through there. A lot of people that live in that area, obviously, anytime there's a storm, are definitely, on guard there and get a little nervous, understandably so. But we want to inform you and tell you what's happening so you can take shelter here. You've got a lot of time. It's not a ton of time, but you've got enough time anywhere there in Taylorville and in Christian County to take shelter. The tornadic part of this storm is still back here to the west. It's going to be coming right there near Verdon and Thayer right now. Right along Highway 4 is where the rotating part of the storm. But I got to tell you this, there's probably some really big hail just on the north side of Thayer, close to Auburn. This purple color here, that's going to be potentially, golf ball size hail. Would not be surprised between Auburn and Thayer in that area. And then just on the south end of that, where we might have that tornado with that circulation that's occurring right near Thayer to the Verdon area along the Macoupin, the Sangamon County, Montgomery County line. That storm continues to move off there to the east. I want to show you again this kind of wider view of things to kind of get your bearings on where else, because there's a lot of people watching from many other locations like, say Danville or Champaign or Mattoon, Charleston, Paris, Decatur. It's all calm for you right now. The big show is south of Springfield right now. South of Springfield, and then other activity that's down near the St. Louis area where they are getting highly impacted by these same storms. But why we're so concerned, notice this one storm is out there on its own. Okay, sometimes when you get all those storms kind of congeal and kind of come together, they lose some of their punch to them when you get those all kind of getting messy, as we call it. Well, this one's on its own. And it's unimpeded. It's going to tap into all that moisture, the instability that is out there, and that's why there is a continuing kind of growing concern as this storm kind of stays out there on its own. And it's traveling kind of almost due east here, going to be impacting southern portions of Sangamon County and now heading into Christian County as well. The National Weather Service monitoring this closely here. They are indicating some of the rotation. Jacob has seen the rotation on this as well. And so this is southern Sangamon County where we have some of that there as well. I'm seeing out of the corner of my eye some other pictures that are showing up for us as well. And again, you can see there's Jacob there kind of checking on things. Looks like some emergency personnel that are possibly responding or whatnot into that general area. A lot of times those are local volunteer firefighters that are sent out to do some spotting on things, and that possibly is what they are heading towards. Again, I stress to everyone that it's down in this area to be taking your tornado safety precautions and going where you need to go, because we have several people, spotters out there, chasers out there that are letting us know what they are seeing, and we are then going to relay that back to you guys. Now, again, I know we're coming up here off the top of the hour here at 4:58 p.m. And what we'll do here is, Seth, you've got some tornado safety tips here for us, and tell people here kind of where they need to go and what they can expect here as this storm kind of comes in eventually into Christian County, where a lot of people, again, they've dealt with some of this before. So tell some people where they should be going right now.
Yeah, now it's of the utmost importance, because if you are in that tornado warning polygon, things are, you don't have too much time there. That's why they consider it to be a warning, because it is right there. So if you are in that warning place right now, of course, proceed to your safe place. That can include a basement if you have it. That's the best place to be. If you don't have a basement, you got to get to the most interior part of your house. No windows, no thin walls or anything like that. And if you're in a mobile home and you're at the end of this tornado warning, you do not want to be in a mobile home there when a tornado strikes, because those structures are very easily tossed around and very easily damaged. So if you have the ability to do that safely, that would be a great thing to do if you are far enough down the line from this warning. Of course, do not be caught outside, especially in your vehicle. And we use the phrase in, down, up. You want to get inside, you want to get down to the lowest level, and you want to cover up there the best that you can. And of course, you want to stay in that position until the all clear has been given, whether or not that is the tornado warning has moved to your east or if it has expired, which we have not had that situation come up yet. So that will be something that you need to continue to stay aware of there, is when that warning continues. And of course, you can watch our coverage. We're on air right now. If you've got someone that you know is in the path of this, you can of course watch our stream. We're streaming the exact same stuff we're showing you here on TV on our website, as well as our WCIA weather app as well. So just make sure that you are staying safe and getting to the safest part of your home, because these tornado warnings are not anything to mess around with. Even if there has not been a confirmed tornado, just in a couple of minutes, it definitely could become one. So you don't want to take any sort of chances with that. Kevin, what are we seeing back over there?
All right, thanks a lot, Seth. Thank you for tuning in here. It is straight up now 5 p.m. on this Thursday evening, and severe weather ongoing. We've got tornado warnings that are in effect right now. Christian, Sangamon County, portions of Macoupin, Montgomery County, right there along where some of those county lines kind of come right together. This thing has been hugging that county line as if it just wants to follow right along there, and that's exactly what this storm is continuing to do. So the tornado warning is in effect until 5:30 p.m. So still for the next half hour, we've got tornado warnings in effect here. So the area of highest concern now is going to be getting ready to cross over I-55. So Springfield is up here. You can't see it. It's our banner is covering it. Just to give you kind of a point of reference, that's where Springfield is. You go south there on I-55, and then you run into southern Sangamon County. You run in there towards Thayer. Down to Verdon, where that storm is, Vernon there along I-55. And so that's where the rotating part of that storm is. I will say this, just in the last scan or two, maybe a little bit less of that organization. Remember how we were showing you that tighter notch, that hook that was there? Not as much, but what's happening is the storm is cycling a bit. And so what will happen is we may get kind of a reformation of things as that storm kind of comes together a little bit more. But right now, if you are anywhere south of Vernon, along I-55, you're talking Zenobia, then you're talking over into Christian County, where kind of the next phases where we're concerned. You got Kincaid, Taylorville, that area there, coming down Highway 48 out of Taylorville. Those entire areas there still of concern. But I got to tell you, we're still watching this here kind of on that Montgomery-Macoupin County line. It's right there where that is located, where there's still some of that rotating part of the storm. It's going to be just north of Farmersville. It's going to be near the Verdon area, east of Thayer now, and some of that rotation is going to eventually cross into Christian County in the next 10 minutes or so. So Christian County, the county line is out here, and that's going to be we're going to be watching that storm slowly come in. So the tornado warning continues. There's also the component to this of some very large hail. Okay, so we're getting some hail reports coming into us as well, and we've had some golf balls already reported. And when you're going to see that, you're looking for these purple colors, okay? See the purple color here? That's maybe near Pawnee. You guys might be getting some hail here before too long. Anywhere in that area where you start to see those purple colors, that's usually a decent indicator for us that there, in fact, could be some hail. Just briefly, what I'll do is I'm going to throw on for you the lightning strikes and kind of back it out because there's so many of them. Highly electrically charged thunderstorm, and you can definitely see that with all of those lightning bolts that have occurred. The other thing that I can do is bring on and talk about just how many of these lightning strikes are we actually seeing from this, and it is quite a few in this general area here. Again, all those little bolts in there that you see are lightning strikes that have occurred here in the last 15 minutes, and the new ones that pop up continue to show that there as well. So again, tornado warnings continuing. What we'll do here is take off the lightning so you can kind of see things again, get that new updated scan. The thing's going to be crossing over I-55, so semis, a lot of traffic there, people coming home from work. If you've got friends or family that, maybe they worked in Springfield and then live there in southern Sangamon County or heading into Montgomery County there, if they're driving home, maybe give them a heads up if they don't know. They should. Their phones should have gone off if they were in that area. The wireless emergency alerts when there's tornado warnings, those should go off. So this thing is going to be literally parked almost right on I-55 now, where there could be some rotation and that potential for a tornado to occur. And so we're going to be watching this really carefully because anytime one of these storms can cross over one of those highly traveled, busy roads like interstates like this, there's always that growing concern and a lot of people that are driving along there. But it does look like that rotation probably just now moving east of I-55. It's really close and still right along the county line for Montgomery, Sangamon, and now eventually Christian County. You're talking probably less than 5 minutes, and this storm is going to be on into Christian County. So here's 55. This is where I think some of the rotating part of the storm is. There's Zenobia, going to be right there on the Christian County line and heading in your direction. So you need to be taking those tornado safety precautions, as there's the view moving off there to the east. Jacob's coming into Taylorville right now. I can see the water tower there. And Jacob, you're coming in. Probably some people that are starting to get prepared here. That's exactly what they should be doing.
Yeah, Kevin, we drove through Kincaid and Tovey and saw the fire department was out watching. Some folks were heading to shelter here. I tell you what's most interesting to me at this point, Kevin. Look at all the traffic heading westbound on 104 out of Taylorville towards the Pawnee area. These folks are going to be driving into the path of the storm where there's going to be some of that large hail. So if you know someone who lives in Taylorville, they work there, folks are getting off work right now at 5 o'clock, they do not want to drive west on 104 out of Taylorville. The best thing to do is wait this storm out, given the hail and the tornado potential that's with that. So I just kind of noticed that, and I'll zoom in, another blitz of cars coming around the corner here as we continue to watch. That's my report here. I'm going to dive south, head to the Taylorville airport, and get another look to the west. When I do that, Kevin, I'll give you another report. Live outside of Taylorville, I'm Jacob Dickey. Back to you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Jacob, for the report there. Again, tornado warning in Christian County, and just kind of looking at some of the radar scans on some of this here, it was starting to become a little bit of what we call outflow dominant, but now we're starting to see maybe it ramp back up just a little bit more, okay? And it's also progressing in its speed to the east, which is why Jacob he's going to try to stay ahead of this, because before too long, and again, if you're familiar with kind of the road network there into Christian County, you got a lot of northwest to southeast and kind of southwest to northeast kind of roads that kind of come intersecting, kind of crossing there, making an X there. So sometimes can make traveling there a little more difficult when you're trying to keep up with the storm. And the forward progression of these are really going to start to cook there 50, 55 miles an hour at times. But right now, that rotating part of the storm is going to be coming right into Christian County. And like Jacob said there, man, the people that are coming out of Taylorville, and if you're on 104 and you're going towards, Kincaid and Pawnee, you're going to be impacted by, at the very minimum, some very large hail with this. It looks like a ton of lightning, heavy rainfall, and then we're watching that tornadic part of the storm again here on the southern kind of flank of this. I want to go ahead and switch back on our velocity mode here. And so you see where these reds and greens are located right through here. That's going to be where there is some of that rotation that is occurring. Okay, albeit kind of broad right now. When you kind of get a real tight, what we call a tight couplet, kind of those reds and greens really kind of close to one another, and you get that, that's when you've got a very high confidence level to where there might be a tornado. So if you are in Zenobia right now, you absolutely need to be in your tornado safe spot. I'm just kind of backing it out there. There's Kincaid and there's Taylorville. Okay, and the way this thing is moving kind of straight eastward, you need to be out there in your tornado safe spot. Lowest level of your home there, center part of your house is where you want to go. If this thing starts to ramp up anymore, which there might be some indications of that trying to occur, again, we're not seeing that same classic kind of hook that we had just a little bit ago. And what I can do for you is kind of show you what I mean, the difference. You see how this is kind of a little bit more elongated than what it was just a little bit ago. And so when we take this back, and what I'm going to do is roll back the radar a few frames, okay? And you see how we had that nice little notch there earlier as the storm was kind of heading towards kind of south of Waverly. There was that kind of classic little hook there that we typically kind of look for, okay? But notice as the storm progressed, what we call getting a little bit more outflow dominant, kind of cuts off some of that wind flow, and what happens is it cycles then, and then eventually may come back, get itself organized again, because here's the thing, very untapped atmosphere ahead of this into central Illinois. There aren't other storms kind of stealing the thunder, so to speak, pun intended, and so it's got a lot to work with as far as the atmosphere goes, because we recovered after those storms from this morning. Sometimes you get those morning storms that kind of kills off the atmosphere, but things came back, the sun came back out, we heated things up, and we're kind of in that time frame now where there is that potential for the severe weather to occur. That's exactly what's happening now with this storm. So I am concerned here. I just want to, kind of be cautious about this, because we're in that kind of time frame now where things start to develop a little bit more. So this is now going to be right on the Christian County line coming into Christian County where that tornado warning is located. We're watching it carefully, and Jacob has a shot up for us now. So again, he's going to be there near Taylorville. He's looking off to the west at what you'd call a loosely defined, I guess, kind of a shelf cloud-ish with those kind of scary looking clouds. They're kind of hanging low, or the scud, I would say, right, Jacob?
Yeah, Kevin, I think that's a pretty good assessment of things here. I'm going to pan a little bit to the right. You can see some of the structure, that flat line. That's kind of the leading edge of the updraft. It doesn't look as organized, but there are little features that catch my attention with it here. And so as I zoom in on this, again, we're located just by the Taylorville Airport right now. You can see how some of these low, scuddy-looking clouds are whipping around pretty good here. It's not as organized as it looked earlier, but I still would not rule this out, as plenty of lightning in the updraft I'm seeing here. That's a sign that the storm is fairly strong still, and a lot of movement there. Low, scary-looking clouds. It's a great way to assess things here. I'll zoom back out real quick before we send it back to you, and I'm going to kind of show you more to the right here. So the updraft is now on the left side of the screen. We're looking west into the core of the storm. The right side is where all that big hail is. And there could be some decent hail with this storm now as it continues to work its way closer to us, as we're sitting now of Taylorville. Quite an impressive view here. We'll sit here for a little while longer, but as you've been saying, Kevin, these storms are moving at a good clip, and so we're not going to be sitting here for too long. Probably my plan, Kevin, from here is going to be ahead east of South Taylorville, and I probably will use the Assumption Road to get east of town in a hurry here once this storm gets a little bit closer. Live in the storm tracker, you're looking at the tornado warned storm west of Taylorville near the Pawnee area. I'm Jacob Dickey. We'll send it back to you.
Great shots, great report, Jacob. Appreciate it. We've got Brandon Morano here. Brandon, area you're familiar with right now, under the impact, under a tornado warning. You talked to some officials down there.
I didn't talk to officials. I talked to my uncle. Actually, he's a UPS driver,
okay,
and he's out in it right now. He's in Edinburgh, so just right by Kincaid there in Edinburgh on the route. Said the skies are dark right now, a lot of heavy rain, but as you said, that system moving along. My grandmother as well said that she saw heavy rain. They're in the bathroom right now, thanks to your reporting.
You're from the Kincaid area
yes,
down there, and they're about to get hit pretty hard by some hail down there. So I'd love to hear a report, maybe, tell your family to stay safe, don't go out until, it's over. But I bet they're going to be getting hit by potentially some quarter-size hail at the very minimum with some of this as well.
And I've got a call in with the mayor of Kincaid and Taylorville as well. So as soon as we hear back from them, I'll come back and let you know.
Okay, great. Thanks a lot to Brandon there. Got the whole weather team, the news team, kind of keeping track of things and letting us know exactly what's happening here. But the biggest concern now is going to be pushing into Christian County. Okay, definite rotation with this, starting to ramp up a little bit. I got to tell you, starting to ramp up just a tad here. We're going to have to watch it as it comes into the central portions of Christian County. Again, I think Kincaid, you're going to be seeing kind of the hail portion of this. And so what we can kind of do is kind of break down for you, the differences here. So this is most likely where we've got some of the hail. You see where we've got the purple color there, that's your hail. And so that's going to be riding along Highway 104 where you've got the very heavy rainfall and potentially some of that hail in there. This area down here is where we've had some of that rotation occurring. And so that is the area of concern, as this literally just goes kind of straight to the east. These storms have been, largely following that same easterly trajectory. Maybe took a little slight south jog there, barely. But right now, this storm is following right along 104, but now potentially going to be coming in close to the Taylorville area. There's Bear Creek. You can see where Morrisonville is there in the southwestern portion of Christian County. We will see what the Weather Service does, because they've been pretty proactive with throwing out these warnings kind of well in advance to give people kind of a heads up because of how fast the storms are moving. So the question is, does this get extended further to the east? And you're talking about Assumption, you're talking about, Highway 51 there coming out of Moweaqua in Macon County there. Will that continue? I think a lot of it's going to depend upon over the next kind of 5 to 10 minutes to see how these storms continue to advance and develop. The National Weather Service continues our tornado warning here. And again, what we're looking for is a little bit more potentially just kind of wraps up some, and you get more of that inflow into the storm. It helps create some of that rotation with it. When we look at it from this velocity standpoint, it looks kind of messy. It's not as pronounced, and what we normally were seeing. See how the reds and greens are kind of flat up against each other there, almost kind of a straight line and whatnot. And so you're not getting some of those clear kind of views of the rotation, but it's something that can evolve and change pretty quick. I can tell you, though, I still think there's some decent sized hail within our storm over there as well. Again, we're going to be able to watch that storm kind of come in, because we've got the view from Jacob's camera that we'll continue to kind of watch. But that thing now also may start to produce some hail coming into Taylorville. I wouldn't be surprised if we start to get some hail reports coming in. Let us know what you may be getting in your area. The tornadic part of this thunderstorm is now coming into Christian County. If you're near Bear Creek, any of those locations along, you come down there near Clarksdale, Highway 48 that comes out of Taylorville, that's going to be the area of concern. And again, right now, if this thing kind of continues to stay on its trajectory, then you're talking about Taylorville maybe getting in on more of the hail. We'll see. Again, we're watching the southern edge of this. You kind of look at this kind of southern part of the storm. If this thing starts to wrap up and turn a little bit, then our concerns go up a little bit more. Jacob has our shot there for us as he's watching the clouds. You can see it there on the left side of your screen as he kind of tries to zoom in and kind of get us a picture there of what he is seeing there. Definitely some heavy rainfall there probably coming down. And Jacob, I know you're just kind of watching it there as it's coming towards you. You're on the east side of Taylorville now, is that correct?
No, Kevin, I'm actually still at the airport, but I got to get east pretty quick here. Kind of a dark core right there. I don't think that's going to be a tornado, but certainly that catches my attention as it's kind of back in the rain. So we're going to have to watch that. But something that's starting to interest me now is a little tighter in the storm. It appears to me this leading edge, this shelfy-looking edge here is kind of surging forward. And I think within the back there, it's kind of hard to see, low visibility. I think that is a spot that very much is a concern for me. In fact, you can kind of see some sort of lower something in there. I don't have the ability to get much of a better view, but with that surge in the south side, it would make sense to me that this might help to make something happen potentially as we're keeping an eye there. Really hard to see. We're not going to be able to stay here much longer, but that has been catching my attention where in the back there, something a lot lower looking kind of hiding there. So I think the call to action for Taylorville is, hey, listen up. Best thing you can do is just head to your shelter and ride this storm out, and 15-20 minutes maybe we'll get it through and it'll just be a normal Thursday for the rest of the day here. So that's something I'm kind of concerned about, and then we'll keep watching the other things here. I'm going to head east, Kevin, get towards the Assumption Road. I'm actually starting to get some hail now. Okay, we're getting hail right here now. Let me zoom in the road. I see some of that hail bouncing there. Ooh, wow, did you hear that, Kevin? Okay, we got some quarter-size hail falling here at the airport, so it's coming on down. So I'm going to have to bail out of here and head back to the east, Kevin.
Yeah.
Kevin, we'll set it back to you.
Yeah, there you go. So he's literally got the hail coming down on him right there. That storm really starting to pick up its forward momentum. It's now coming into the west side of Taylorville, and he was starting just to get those hailstones there. So possibly some quarters that were starting. You heard that bang that's right there. Taylorville, you're probably going to get some hail out of this before too long. He's obviously seeing it there as he's kind of down there by the airport. And so we're going to be continuing to, hopefully he can get out back ahead of this thing because it is really starting to get some movement on it. So that is the view of that cell. Very powerful supercell. Okay. It has been kind of long-lived, running across parts of Missouri, all the way into Illinois now, and it has really held itself together. Now, right now, what we're seeing is probably more of a hail threat. Your really heavy rainfall in there, not seeing those same signs of rotation on it that we had just a little bit earlier, but it's something we definitely want to keep a close eye on. Well, as of right now, the Weather Service has not continued that tornado warning off to the east, which they would need to do so if the confidence is there. Again, it has weakened from its earlier point in terms of the tornadic part of this. I don't want to downplay the hail because that hail is coming down in Taylorville now. Brandon got a report that in Kincaid that from a couple people that said, yep, it's hailing here in Kincaid. We're going to try to effort to maybe see the size that they got, but probably some quarter-size hail. I think he just got a video of it too. So I heard him play a video on his phone there, so maybe he can send that over to Seth. If you can send that over to Seth, he might be able to get that video up for us. But right now in Taylorville, the hail is probably coming down. Heavy rainfall has started. You're still technically in that tornado warning that is in effect here until 5:30 p.m., so about another 11 minutes or so. But right now, if we would find something, it'd probably be on the kind of southern edge of this, maybe closer to the Clarksdale area, and heading off here to the east. So again, the movement that this storm has been taking has just been kind of straight east. And so here's a little bit of a loop of it. So if you're kind of looking down the line, line and wondering, okay, what about my area? And I know there's a lot of you that watch us from all over Central Illinois. We cover 25 plus counties here. Champaign right now, nothing going on. Danville, Decatur, it is all calm for you. But down the line, listen, Moequa, Assumption, you guys want to be kind of on the lookout as this cell continues to race off to the east. Even talking maybe Moultrie County into Sullivan there. All those locations we're going to be monitoring. And then I just want you to look at some of the other activities. Some of the other activities, the wider view is there are other severe thunderstorms that are down here coming out of the St. Louis area. These may eventually start to lift a little bit to the north, and those may ride close to I-70 there. Could be coming into maybe Cumberland County, maybe Shelby County, even Coles County here before the next hour or so. So we're watching those, but the one storm that is out ahead of itself the whole time that we've been keeping a close eye on is our one that's now impacting the Taylorville area down near Bear Creek, Hewitttville, going to be heading for your locations here next. And you're probably getting that hail there in Taylorville as we speak. And we had some of those reports there in Kincaid. And this whole thing, it's been very prolific hail producer so far. Even Jacob there, when he was on the west side, was saying, oh, that looks like maybe some quarter-size hail that was starting to come down. And so that's probably what we've got here, according to what some of the radar scans are kind of telling us. History of this, golf balls. And then back towards the St. Louis area, they've had some 3-inch size hail reports that have kind of come in. So again, as we continue to stress down the line, as you're looking, crossing Highway 51 in the next half an hour or so, most likely, you're getting that kind of leading edge where you get the heavy rainfall. And looks like Jacob's getting some more hail there. Can we hear some of the hail? We'll take his audio there. And Jacob, got some hail there again?
Yeah, Kevin, we're kind of riding around the southeast side of Taylorville right now. We're getting ready to turn onto Lincoln Trail, head to Assumption, but starting to get a little small hail here. I bet the west side of town is really getting some big hail at this point, trying to keep ahead of it. It is moving quick, Kevin. And so where we are now, we're going to try and keep ahead of this, but there's been a little bit of hail mixing in with some of the rain here as folks are hopefully heading to shelter in this area with the storm coming on in, and so we will keep an eye on things. Haven't seen it be as big at this part, but when it started falling at the airport, it was immediate quarter-size hail started to kind of plunk around me, and so we're wrapping around the side of town, and we'll hit to the Lincoln Trail Road, get out east as quick as we can to stay ahead of this storm. Kevin, one thought, do you think perhaps it might be smarter to go southeast on 29 maybe, and then cut more towards Moequa, or I'm sorry, towards the Pana area, and then east-south of Assumption?
I would go southeast there on 29. Yeah, head towards Locust.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah, and then try to get over there towards Assumption, Dunkel area there. I would definitely kind of jog southeast because you're going to get into that heavy rainfall core and the hail there. So I would cut southeast there and cut across there.
I got 29 right here, and then I can go east about a quarter mile up and go straight east. But if you think you're going southeast a little bit, it's probably better. I'm happy to do that.
Yeah, maybe just cruise a little southeast there on 29. You get down to Locust, you can get on County Road 900 north there and head east, and then that takes you over towards Dunkel, and you can potentially shoot up 51 there pretty good and get ahead of it there towards Assumption. Again, that huge rain shaft area, that's going to be some really heavy rainfall if you try to go anywhere north and east. I'd slightly jog southeast there, and also there's still starting to be a little bit of a hook that's starting to try to form there on the southwest side of Taylorville between Palmer, kind of just northeast of Palmer there. So we're watching that carefully here, but I would definitely just kind of jog southeast there.
All right, Kevin, thanks. I'm actually at the straight eastward right now. It's just getting a little faster, so I feel pretty good about this. But I've got an option. I can bail south if I need to, and we'll be out of the woods here in about 3 minutes. You got the view looking at me now. The rain coming on in, so we'll be in Assumption in about 12 minutes from now, I think is what the time is, and kind of have a little bit of view once we get through some of the woods here.
Yeah. Okay, so he's going to be getting into I've been down that area before chasing myself. Pretty bad cell phone coverage area. You get kind of outside there of Taylorville. And so we'll pick his shot back up probably once he gets closer to Assumption and keep kind of monitoring things there. But again, we're kind of watching an area there now on the far south side of Taylorville, east of Palmer. Again, going to be heading towards Assumption here, but there's definitely some hail within that storm. Seth, do you have some video there possibly of some of that hail there? What do you?
Yeah, that was the video Brandon was sending us earlier. And if we can just, take that full there and just take a look. It looks pretty small. It sure looks to be closer to maybe just pea-sized hail there, but you can just see if you're in the middle of this, that's why your visibility gets obviously a lot lower. It's where things start to pick up a little bit as far as the rain goes. But as you can see, pretty heavy downpour there, just kind of on the north side of that, of course, where you're in that rotation. You're not seeing near as much there in the way of rainfall, but when you kind of get up there to the north, where you start to see all that dark red up there, that's what you start to see there underneath all of that. So just a little bit of that hail out there, probably not the absolute biggest hail that is within that storm, but just a little sample size of what you could see there if you are inside one of those storms, little tiny pea-sized hail there, and maybe pretty decent downpour as we continue to watch and monitor that one storm still, or only a tornado warned one. It looks like that rotation is still kind of picking up a little bit. Kevin, what are you seeing over there?
Yeah, they just went ahead and popped another tornado warning. So now further east, Assumption, you are now in this. We were wondering, okay, will they extend this off to the east? They have done just that. And that's why we're still concerned, because it is starting to ramp up a little bit, starting to get that little hook there, that little notch inflow area right there. We were talking about this, and that's exactly what's occurring. So now Taylorville, okay, you guys are getting that large hail, that purple color that you see right there. That's going to be some pretty intense hail, and there are some decent, we measure it in what's called DBZ, decibels there, and there's some high radar reflectivity returns there as far as that hail goes, just to the north of Hewitttville. I'm getting some really big hail in there potentially. You're talking about, I wouldn't be surprised if there's some golf balls in that. And now on this south side, okay, starting to see things ramp up a little bit more, and we've got Jacob out there, and he's trying to stay ahead of this thing. Again, he's heading towards the Assumption area, which again, if you are in Assumption, you absolutely need to be in your tornado safe spot now, because the rotating part of this storm, okay, is going to be right here. Okay, you're talking about 29. So there's Taylorville. Hewitttville is here. We've got some of that hail just north. We've got purples. We've got some whites there. That's Jacob's shot as he's traveling on the road there. And you can see the dark, dark sky there is that very large rain shaft, is where that heavy precipitation is falling there, and seeing his view out the back of his window. So he's trying to stay ahead of it. You can see the clearing ahead of him. He's trying to get ahead of that storm, but it's moving really quick. But there's definitely probably some rotation with that. That's starting to maybe increase a little bit. And so he's staying ahead. You can see it looks super dark to the west of him. That's his back camera view there to the west. Maybe you can flip on the windshield wiper in the back. I don't know if you can do that there. That'll give us that view. There you go. And you can see, again, there's the view that we're going to be seeing. He's going to be overtaken by that precipitation. He doesn't get back ahead of it. So we're watching things carefully with him. I've actually got his shot out of the corner of my eye that I can kind of see and keep an eye on things. But if you are in the rest of Christian County that was not in that warning before, you are now. I will say this for Taylorville, as far as the tornadic part of this storm goes, the area of concern is now to your east. Now, you still may be getting some hail on the east side, but the tornadic part of this is now going to be sitting right along Highway 29, south of Hewitttville there. That's where we have that potential for a tornado to occur. And this is going to be heading towards Assumption, Highway 51 there. So rotation right here. This thing's been just kind of on a dead sprint to the east, and so this would be in line with Assumption. If you are there, southeastern portions of Christian County, and this new warning does include far western portions of Shelby County. Okay, so this does include Tower Hill, technically, although you guys are on the very far south edge of this. It does include Pana, so you may have your tornado, your outdoor warning sirens that are going off in Pana or Tower Hill. You definitely have them in Assumption, and you only have minutes here. I'm starting to see this thing really progress in terms of the time, just how quickly this thing is moving, which is, and the great example of that is watching Jacob try to keep up with this storm here that continues to really develop. I'm starting to see him increase in some of the rotation. If you are in the Assumption area, it is imperative for you to be taking shelter right now. You've got just a few minutes, and this thing is going to be on top of you here. So please, lowest level of your home here. You want to get in the center part of your house. This thing is starting to ramp up a little bit more than what we had. I'm seeing a little bit more of that inflow into the storm. Okay, and when we look at even just the velocity, you're going to see more of those reds and greens. Okay, we're starting to see some of that there kind of come together a little bit more. So there is that concern. Rotation with this storm. Okay, we're seeing it here and heading off there to the east. If you are anywhere, basically, I'll even say Radford to Assumption. We talked about the Dunkel area earlier, right there along Highway 29. That goes southeast there towards Locust. That's the rotating part of our storm, and it is quickly moving. I got to tell you, and here's another indicator that this storm is strengthening a little bit. I am getting some really, really high reflectivity returns in terms of the hail potentially on this storm. The hail on this is starting to get really large, especially it's going to be on the east side of Taylorville, and we can see that. You see the white color that we're seeing here? I'm going to zoom all the way down in on this. So this white color, this is going to be northeast of Hewitttville, Highway 1350 north, 1450 north. That area there where that white color is, that's literally kind of maxing out what we use for our range of where the radar beam goes out, it hits an object, comes back to us and says, okay, I got a lot of energy, I'm returning to you. And when it shows some white, that's a pretty large hail that could potentially be out there. And so that's going to be northeast of Hewitttville. When you get the larger hail sizes, it's often an indicator, obviously, of a strengthening storm and a very mature storm, a storm that can sometimes, really pack a punch, possibly even develop a tornado there. Jacob shot, if we can pull it up, I think he's coming up to some storm spotters there. I see some flashing lights out there, as well as he's coming up to a curve there. He's going to be coming to Assumption. You can see some of the law enforcement that are out there that are most likely doing the same thing. They're spotting. He's right there along and taking that curve. And so, Jacob, you got back ahead of it there. And boy, that thing's, listen, about 5 miles to your west is probably some golf ball size hail.
Kevin, I think that golf ball size hail is about a half mile to my north, intense core of the storm on my left side, clear to my right side. Now, you've got the camera turned as far to the right as we can, and that is the updraft of the storm. It's quite wrapped up in rain at this point. Hard to really see anything. So if there's something down, we're not going to know until perhaps the radar picks it up. But as we drive south, we might get a little bit more of a view here. I think the lightning has picked up from my observation as well a little bit. Another sign, as you've been saying, it's strengthening a little bit. So this is oh wow, I tell you what, Kevin, there's some pretty good rising motion right there on that edge. So we're in a really good spot to keep an eye on it. We're going to roll into Assumption here, about 3 miles west of Assumption, turning the corner in a second, and we will watch things. So certainly not a good situation for Assumption now. We've probably got a lot of hail and maybe some damage coming from Taylorville with the hail potential, but I don't think I've seen anything that indicates, from my vantage point, and maybe radar confirms that. Doesn't seem like maybe we've had a touchdown yet, but might look more impressive than it has in a little bit while here, Kevin. So that's the view from heading south, looking back to the west. We're going to turn the corner here, head into Assumption. I'll turn my rear camera on. You can kind of keep an eye on that as we've dropped south about 1.5 miles to get a little further away from that hail core. And just for some housekeeping, Kevin, this road is a straight east shot. I can take this all the way to Findlay and over the lake, and so I think this will be about the path that I'm standing. Wow, let me tell you real quick, Kevin.
Yeah.
Can I move the camera one more time
Yes,
for you?
please do. Please do. I was noticing that.
Okay, hang on.
Yeah, please do. I was noticing
Look
that.
here to my right. Look here to my right. This is to my left. Do you see that?
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, we can see. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, the contrast there is great, but there's something there.
Wow.
Okay.
There it is. I tell you what, that makes me a little nervous being that close. So Assumption, call is now. There's something lower in there, and there's a load of motion, Kevin. A lot of motion right there just behind me, and I'm kind of holding that camera up to look a little bit more here. Assumption, you're about out of time. Assumption, you are about out of time. You need to shelter from this. Kevin, back to you.
Yeah. I'm going to let you reposition there, kind of get things squared away. Definitely seeing something there. Some of the radar returns are waiting for some of that data to come into us here. But if you're in Assumption right now, we definitely want you to be taking shelter. Radford, Assumption, anywhere along Highway 51. We are watching things very carefully there, starting to see some motion in that storm that is indicating some of the rotation in that. That's going to be heading into Shelby County, far western Shelby County. Again, look how quickly this thing is moving. It was just in Taylorville, not 15 minutes ago, and it's already getting ready to cross into Shelby County there. And very, very large hail from this. And again, let's pull back up Jacob's camera here if we can. He's trying to get that the view of the storm. that's there back to his south and west. And you can see definitely probably some of those hail shafts. Hard to kind of depict the hail shafts, the rain shafts, and where there might be some of that rotation there. But we're going to let him kind of readjust, and then let's kind of show you what's happening here on radar real quick. And you can see on the Storm Tracker Doppler, widening the view out for us here. And you can see things running from Champaign, Charleston. Things are fairly calm for you right now. The big show, the one show, is our storm that is in now far eastern Christian County, heading into far western Shelby County. So that's where that tornado warning is. But look at all these other storms that are to the south. We're still going to watch this activity that's been kind of ongoing coming out of the St. Louis area. We'll have to watch these storms kind of congealing, kind of coming together eventually down the line, forming one big kind of squall line here. But right now, we still have a high level of concern with the storm that is coming through south of Moequa to Assumption. Between Pana and Assumption is the general area of concern. And then, listen, Findlay, as Jacob was talking about, he's going to be heading into that general area, kind of north of Shelbyville. This storm is going to be continuing to move off here to the east. The last motion with this it has not moved from its easterly trajectory at all, which has been pretty amazing to kind of watch. And I'm just going to clear that off so you can kind of see the movement of this going right off here. And going to be impacting Moultrie County maybe down the line. Listen, I know we've got a lot of viewers there into Coles County, Mattoon, Charleston area that are watching. I want you guys to just kind of be on guard here, keep checking back with us, because I wouldn't turn away, because this storm system is still strengthening. We're starting to see some additional cells that are starting to develop here as well. So Jacob shot there. Jacob, what do you got there? Got some nice motion there with the clouds. I know he's trying to stay ahead of it there. But boy, that thing's moving quick.
Yeah, it's moving quick, Kevin. Can you slow it down for me? Goodness, it's moving highway speeds here, and so we're just barely staying in front of it. The nice thing is the road I'm on here is a straight east road. I can take this all the way to I-57, and so I feel good about our position, but for a little bit there, I'm thinking, man, I was a little close for comfort with that hail core and whatnot. It does appear to me that maybe the storm's becoming a little more outflow dominant, perhaps slightly, but there's certainly a lot of rising motion underneath that shelf cloud, and you can see the rain curtains pushing out ahead of it. So probably going to be some wind coming into Assumption. We got that back shot there, and you saw that earlier shot to my left. I don't have a way at this point to maneuver that camera back to the left, but quite a impressive storm for March standards here in Illinois, and we will keep moving off to the east. And we'll see if any other storms cause some issues like that. So with that, Kevin, next stop for me will probably the Findlay area in Shelby County. We'll keep going to the east and giving you reports from the Storm Tracker. Live to the east of Assumption, I'm Jacob Dickey, sending it back to you.
All right, thanks a lot, Jacob. Great reports out there in the field, giving you the live views so you guys can see exactly what's going on. What we've got here, again, so he's east of Assumption now, and he is heading straight east towards Findlay, and going to try to stay ahead of this. Again, just in the last few radar scans, it's getting a little messy there. We're not seeing maybe that dominant area where you'd have some rotation. You're still getting some hail there, probably between Assumption and Radford. That's that purple color that you see there. Definitely seeing some indicators of that. Maybe even some gustier winds that are about to come into Assumption. I'd be surprised if you start to get some 50, maybe even 60-mile-an-hour winds that are going to be coming in there. Northern portions of Shelby County now, just south of Moequa is I'll back it up just a little bit so you can see Moequa. There it is. South of Moequa is where that is. And again, as Jacob, and maybe we don't have to go to his audio, but I'd love to see his shot up there as well. Maybe we can just talk over it because it's got a nice view of that. And you can see there it is. And so you've got that kind of elongated cloud there, almost kind of a little bit of a shelf cloud, but it is definitely lower to the ground than you typically see. And so there have been some rotation signs in there. He's been talking about some of the rising motion that you get. Again, he's going straight east now to stay ahead of this. And so we're getting that view behind him so we're able to kind of see it. You can see the lightning strikes that are showing up with this as well. Several lightning bolts continue to be seen with this. And anytime you get an increase in lightning, you get an increase sometimes in hail size. Again, that is always a very large sign of a strengthening, maturing thunderstorm. And that's what that storm has been doing over the last hour or so. So we're starting to also see some other storms back to the west. And I just want to kind of show this one. And so that is going to be coming into far western Montgomery County. It's got a severe thunderstorm warning with it, southeast of Carlinville, and that's going to be heading north of, close to Litchfield there. You get into central portions of Montgomery County, Hillsborough area, Nokomis. That storm back there is currently severe thunderstorm warned, and there are just all kinds of storms coming out of the St. Louis area. Look at this other one. A lot of heavy rainfall, some large hail there with this, and then everything is kind of trying to eventually come together. So kind of messy right now, but we got to see how these storms kind of behave over the next hour or so. We're in that crucial kind of time frame. We've been talking about this all night, where the tornado watch potential is there until 9 p.m. tonight. You can see the count is. They've actually trimmed things back off. So just to give you guys kind of an all clear, places like Springfield, Lincoln, Clinton, this in Gibson City, Watsik, you guys were never even in that watch there, but you're good there. You're obviously good there in Jacksonville. We're still just watching things into eastern Christian County and then into Shelby County now, but all of these areas still have that potential for at least some hail with this, damaging winds, and that tornadic threat really is kind of over the next hour or so, I would say. And again, that hail size has been something of significance for us out there. And on our other system, Seth is pulled up some of the hail, and we can see that the hail size there that shows up. This is that storm that's coming back in there into Macoupin in Montgomery County, right, Seth?
That is correct, yeah, and we just kind of pulled it up here trying to keep up a little bit. This hail size thing, I think, lags behind just a little bit with where the actual storm is, so the actual placement there is still about 10 or so minutes behind, but kind of the pinkish purple color that we start to see there, that's where you're starting to approach the 2-inch mark there, so that's when you go beyond golf ball size. That's when you start to get a little bit closer to that egg size hail, and when we start talking about hail that gets up to 2 inches, that's when it can start to pack a little bit more of a punch than just your ordinary severe thunderstorms there. So if you're anywhere in the path of that, like we said, heading out there to the east into parts of Montgomery County, out there around Litchfield, if you are in the path of that hail core there, you want to make sure that you are of course, safely inside, away from a window there. And of course, keep in mind, you need to make sure that any outdoor pets are also safe from this, because they can fend for themselves for the most part. But when the hail starts raining down there, they definitely need to make sure that they have a roof over their heads as well. So at least looking at golf ball size hail, if not maybe a little bit bigger there in that Macoupin County storm here at the moment.
All right, so the other thing that we can do is actually count up all of the lightning strikes that are showing up within a storm here. And so what we've got here is the counter, and it's just in the area that you see where we've got the storm. 98 lightning strikes here in the past 15 minutes. And some people may not know this, but there are different kinds of lightning strikes. There are what is known as positive strikes and negative strikes. And now your next question is, what's the difference here? Well, the positive strikes actually sometimes have more amperage with them, and they pack more of a punch. These are the ones that can cause some issues if they hit something, okay, as opposed to the negative strikes, which are still just as dangerous, okay, but the positive ones, when you see a high number of those, you've got a lot of electrical energy there, and you don't like to see a lot of those positive strikes, because those ones that sometimes can hit houses, cause fires, are even more deadly. So we can count those, and this is our storm that is down near Assumption, heading into Shelby County now. So anytime you got 100 plus lightning strikes here, highly electrically charged storm, and one that is still fairly mature and is definitely going to have some issues here in terms of concern for us for tornado. Interesting update to the tornado warning here. They've updated it and kind of trimmed it back a little bit. Listen, it's really messy down here right now. Definitely more outflow dominant, and what I mean by that is it's not the fuel source for the storm here has been kind of cut off here. The outflow of the storm almost kind of cuts it off, and then you don't have the rotation. I think it's bad English there. You don't have the rotating part of that storm there show up as much. And that's what's kind of happened here when we kind of look at it, and we can really see it when we look at the velocity. Well, look at these kind of reds and greens that are parallel. Okay, they're kind of like right next to one another. Two trains they're on tracks that are right next to one another, kind of going along. And so you're not seeing kind of that tight rotation, the reds and the greens kind of going around there in a little bit of a circle there, which would indicate rotation, because we're seeing the winds that are blowing away from the radar and winds that are blowing towards the radar there. But what this does tell me, there's probably some strong winds there, and these are the strong winds that we're potentially seeing. So you get there east of Assumption, and you're talking about 50-mile-an-hour winds according to radar in that kind of pink area there. So that's what we're seeing. Jacob's back out there for us right now with his shot from the storm tracker, and there it is, that kind of shelf cloud. It's racing towards you. What do you got?
Yeah, Kevin, it's really surging now. We're about halfway between Assumption and Findlay now. Technically, probably just about north of Shelbyville is where we're at here. And this is surging pretty quickly here. I haven't seen anything that looks imminent from it. So I think it is that cooled air might be choking off the instability, at least, where you'd get that tornado potential. But I don't think that's going to do anything to the wind and hail potential as well from this storm. And it seems like, too, maybe there's a little bit of updrafts trying to ingest in from some little weak things to the north, coming in from the south here to the north. And so just going to keep an eye on that. But at this point, it seems like wind and hail are going to be the main threats. So we'll see. Nothing makes me think that at this point there'll be an imminent tornado threat. But we're going to watch it for you, keep you updated. That's all the time we get to look at things, Kevin. This storm is moving quickly off to the east. Live in northern Shelby County, I'm Jacob Dickey. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah, that's the thing. We get Jacob for about a minute report, and then he has to reposition, get out ahead of this, because if he gets caught up in it, then you get behind. This thing is moving, but we've got great shots from him that we're going to continue to see. Again, as I continuously am able to kind of see his shot over here, so if anything kind of jumps out to me, we obviously will go back to him. Hail has been a big thing with this, and Seth, you've got some pictures of some hail from the storms that have been coming through. What do you got there?
That is correct. This was just outside the area, but these are the storms that are just now starting to get into here. This was out in Edwardsville. This was sent in by Carrie Price, and you just kind of look at the size of that thing there, kind of measuring up to your hand. That's when you start to get over that golf ball size. We're talking maybe close to tennis ball size, probably somewhere in that 1 3/4 inch range there. So that's pretty impactful hail, and that's probably some of the hail sizes that we're seeing with some of those storms, like we talked about earlier in that Macoupin County storm, probably now into mostly Montgomery County. And there is just a huge mess of just heavy rain and probably some of that hail down there in places such as Montgomery County and even into parts of Fayette County right now. Just lots of pinks and lots of those dark reds, maybe even some of those whites there at points in time. And where you see colors like that, this is the hail size that you are probably going to have accompany that there. So something to keep in mind, even in these non-tornadic storms. We've been talking about the hail all day long. Haven't seen anything gigantic yet. Haven't seen anything get too far past that 2 inch mark, but it doesn't exactly need to be beyond 2 inches there to make its impact felt for sure.
All right, thanks a lot, Seth. Yeah, the hail has been a big thing. What I want to do is go over to our camera that we've got in Mattoon, because Coles County, well, we've not talked much about you guys here yet. Some of these storms are going to be heading your direction. We're starting to see some other little, small little cells that are starting to develop. You're going to see on the left side of your screen there, kind of the darker skies there. This is kind of looking there off to the west. And so we're going to be watching places into Coles County here over the next hour or so. You are getting some of that rain in Mattoon. But again, to the west of that is that stronger cell that's in Shelby County right now that has that tornado warning with it. I will say this, that storm, again, as fast as it is moving, is about to clear the tornado warned area. The Weather Service, and I would agree with this, opting not to extend that warning here just yet. This storm not seeing those same characteristics, very elongated here, and you definitely got, listen, this is not a storm that you want to take lightly, but we're not seeing the tornadic part of it, and it looks like they just repopped this for a severe thunderstorm warning, which lines up with my thinking as well, that we're still dealing with some very large hail in this, and the potential for some 60-mile-an-hour winds, and maybe even the wind threat starting to ramp up just a little bit in this area. I still think there's some really large hail associated with this storm, and that's going to be coming towards the Findlay area, and that's where Jacob is trying to stay ahead of this storm. But you can see right there towards the Yantisville area, Duval, going to be riding right along 128. That hail is probably going to come right in the Findlay area and heading into far northern Shelby County and eventually portions of Moultrie County. Wouldn't be surprised, we've got some quarter-size hail in there. Even in just the last few scans, when we switch this over to velocity, you're going to see this kind of pink area, and these are going to be your strong winds. Okay, these are your really strong winds when you get kind of those brighter returns there on the velocity mode. And so 50, maybe 60 mile an hour winds with that storm, which is why they've continued that severe thunderstorm warning for that area that is crossing into central portions of Shelby County right now. When we look at it, it's showing, according to the radar there, I'm just kind of querying it, maybe a 51 mile an hour gust in that area. And so that's what we're looking at. 50 to 60 mile an hour winds and definitely some hail kind of on the north side of this, because when we switch it back over to the reflectivity, you find that purple colored area, and that's where you've got some of the hail. So the tornado warning about to expire here in the next 10 minutes officially, but really the tornado warned area of that the storm is starting to move out there. And so now we're mentioning Mattoon and Charleston. Mattoon, you're now in this new severe thunderstorm warning. Windsor, Strasburg, right on the edge there near Sullivan, this new orange box. The orange box you see there is a severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning. Doesn't mean that one couldn't form, but it means that right now the biggest concern is for the large hail and those gusty winds. I think Findlay, you're about to get rocked pretty good by some gusty winds and some of that hail coming in to far northern portions of Shelby County. That's going to be heading into Moultrie County before too long too. So Sullivan, Allenville, I want you guys to kind of be on the heads up there, even close to Windsor and that general area, Gaze, Mattoon, down the line, going to be watching as that storm heads in your direction here with us. And some more hail coming into us. Seth has got some more hail pictures for us. Seth, what do you have over there?
Yep, this one finally in the area now. This is out in Hillsboro, and we can see maybe not quite as big as the hail was over there in Edwardsville, but still kind of nearing that golf ball size there, kind of that 1.5 or 1 3/4 inch size hail. So those storms down there to the southwest, a little bit noisy, not really organized, but they are certainly dropping in some of those chunks of ice there, like we said, up to about golf ball size here at the moment. Not seeing anything that would be necessarily beyond that, but definitely seeing the potential there at some point for hail around that 2-inch mark, getting closer to the tennis ball size, because just looking at reflectivity, we've got some values there that are really starting to kind of pop off the page, almost getting into that 70 dBz zone. Got some really dark colors in there. So be on the lookout there for continued hail, particularly down there to the southwest, and of course still within that tornado warned storm.
Okay, so our concern continues here. Northern portions of Shelby County, now into Moultrie County, into eventually Coles County there. And I know you're actually starting to get that storm intensifying a little bit there into Coles County, the one that's way ahead of it there. So some higher returns there in Mattoon in the Coles County. So we're watching that as well. Jacob's got a shot there. Fast moving storm. You can see how fast that thing is moving there. The clouds are kicking pretty good there, Jacob.
Yeah, Kevin, you can see in front of me, look what I got. I got train here. I'm stopped behind that, so hopefully it clears soon, or you might get a new storm tracker with the hail coming perhaps in this way, so we'll see what happens. Here comes the end. Okay, that's good. We're not stuck here too long, but never fun when you have that little railroad interference in the game of storm chasing. You turn the camera back behind me. Sturgeon definitely behind me and a little bit to the south side of the road now here. We're on Division Street in Findlay, and you can kind of see that south side is where things are surging out a little bit. And then eventually, Kevin, I think what's going to happen, I get to Mattoon, Charleston. I got to watch those storms there, Fayette and Montgomery County headed into southern Shelby County. So kind of help me out, keep me updated with which direction you want me to head, but we're going to keep blasting to the east. Free it last year. Getting off clear and moving on to Findlay. Live in the storm tracker. We will send it back to you, Kevin.
Hey, I'm glad that was a short train there for sure. And again, here's the interesting thing that sometimes happens. These train companies and whatnot, they sometimes get alerted to severe weather that's out ahead. They have to stop on the tracks. They don't want to go any further when those storms are coming in, and they get alerted to that as well. So Jacob back on the move there. Close call there. That storm is right on his tail and is going to be continuing to move off there to the east. Some large hail in that as well. Possibly some golf balls in there. I think the latest was 1.5 inch. That'd be ping pong size hail, but ping pong golf balls are both going to do some decent damage there. So again, this storm continues to move off here to the east. Okay, so just for the reference point for our crew that's back there, it's 5:54. What we're going to do is we'll take this right up to the start of the 6 o'clock newscast. Okay, we're going to take this coverage because they're not, as of right now, unless they repop another tornado warning. What we're going to do is we're going to go into kind of the regular 6 p.m. newscast. Okay, and then if any warnings, additional tornado warnings come in during that time, of course, we'll break back in. But we've been with tornado warnings all the way since 4:30 or so this afternoon, and so now this storm has weakened. I put quotations around that because weakened in terms of the tornadic part of it, but not weakened in terms of the hail, the winds with this. Still something to be concerned about. But our policy here, again, we stay with you with the tornado warnings. We continue our coverage online. And again, you're going to be getting updates through our 6 o'clock newscast. So just want to give that reference point to our crew back there that we will start that on time unless something would change. But we still want to give you guys the heads up there in Findlay to Sullivan, where there is that very strong storm that continues to show signs of some very large hail in there. And now, again, just in the last few scans, kind of an uptick in the wind reports with this. When we're just kind of looking at this from the wind aspect, if we can switch over and have the radar be on there on the screen for us, I'd love to be able to show that. Again, you're talking about now 62 mile per hour winds with that. If we could switch the other box to the radar, we would love to be able to show that off instead of just the shot there of the camera there, because again, these are some really strong winds. There we go. All right. So there's some really strong winds there. 62 mile an hour wind gusts that are now starting to show up there coming into Findlay. So there's kind of that intensification, the ramping up of possibly the wind with this, and that is going to be crossing over there to the east into eventually Moultrie County. But now this has kind of transitioned a little bit more into that wind threat. And when you're getting these brighter kind of pinks showing up, those are your really, really fast winds within that storm there. And along with that, there's probably some hail. You might have some quarter size to ping pong ball size hail on top of the 60 mile an hour wind gusts that we're starting to see here. So definitely kind of an uptick, at least in terms of the wind threat with this going forward, it looks like, and that's going to cross into Moultrie County, and that's where they've got the severe thunderstorm warning that's kind of so far out and ahead here. I'll switch things back over to our camera view that we've got from Mattoon. That, again, they've got another storm that's actually not associated with the one that you're seeing here coming through town right now, and even it's starting to show maybe some small hail in there. That's our camera view from Mattoon. Here's going to be our camera view that's going to be in the Charleston area, and probably going to see those darker skies starting to come into your neck of the woods here. Technically, maybe just some light showers that are just beginning to fall in that general location, but definitely some decent sized hail that may start to come into the Mattoon area, and then especially Sullivan. Down the line, you're looking at Humboldt there. So we're watching things. You can see how the skies are getting darker. That rain's getting a little bit heavier there, and wouldn't be surprised if in Mattoon you guys are starting to see a ramp up or intensification of this. And we got to watch that kind of back edge, that back line where that storm is starting to come through Findlay and heading towards, it's going to be close to Sullivan here before too long. Allenville and Windsor. Right now, definitely a severe thunderstorm warning continuing with these very strong gusty winds. So again, we're coming up here to the top of our newscast here in about a minute or so. And again, we will just kind of start things regularly with that and go through it. But I just want to stress there are some really strong winds that are going to be coming there through Findlay to Windsor. Jacob is still out in the storm tracker there with us as well. And then if we could quickly we'll just pop up Max 1 there. There's a nice, what we call, look at this cloud that was up north of the Pana area. Jeff Frame was out there. If we can switch over to Max 1, we'll show you that shot that is over there. Okay, I think they're getting ready for the 6 o'clock newscast, so we'll give them a pass on that for right now. We'll show you that within the newscast. There it is. There's that shot there. Look at that. Very low kind of shelf cloud, maybe a wall cloud there. Definitely probably more of a wall cloud. It was probably rotating a little bit earlier, and that's kind of what we were seeing. So again, severe thunderstorm warning continues here for portions of Moultrie, Shelby, and Coles County. And there is still concern for tornadic development through 9 o'clock tonight. So what we'll do is we'll go ahead and roll into our 6 o'clock newscast here and have further updates as we go throughout the course of this evening. So stay with us as we continue to provide you with our severe weather coverage.
This is your WCIA 3 forecast first, sponsored by Route 66 Solar.
Well, severe weather continues to move across parts of central Illinois tonight. At least as of right now, the good news is our tornado warnings no longer in effect, but we do have a handful of severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect. And some of the main areas of concern now stretch from near Findlay to Sullivan, heading towards Windsor, eventually towards the Mattoon, Charleston area. We're going to be watching those areas closely. We put a little bit of a loop on this. You're going to see further development with these storms coming out of the St. Louis area getting very active near I-70 right now. And those storms south of I-72, south of Champaign, south of Danville. But the show is going to continue here for places into Cumberland County, into Effingham County, Cumberland, or Clark County, I should say, still on the lookout. The tornado watch in effect until 9 p.m. We've got the very latest for you. Stick around as WCIA3 News starts right now.
You're watching your local news leader. This is WCIA 3 News at 6.
Good evening, I'm Brandon Morano.
And I'm Karina Rubio in for Jennifer. Right now we're in the midst of our severe weather coverage. Our weather team has been watching a tornado warning in central Illinois, but we're also keeping an eye on the possibility of tennis to baseball size hail. Let's go back to Chief Meteorologist Kevin Leidy. Kevin, which parts of the viewing area should be most concerned tonight?
Yeah, so here's some good news. I can tell you this. The tornadic part of the thunderstorms here have kind of gone away, at least for the time being. But now we're ramping up the wind damage, the hail threats with this. I want to show you areas that are in the clear and you're done with severe weather here for the night. Listen, Gibson City, Watseka, up into Clinton and DeWitt County, our friends over in Lincoln, Springfield, Jacksonville, all in the clear. And I'd even venture a guess to say that even parts of Christian County, the storms are starting to leave. You're still technically under the tornado watch. But the area of concern that continues to sit with us is down into portions of Coles County, heading into right now Shelby and Moultrie County right now. Let's zoom back into the radar and you can see some pretty intense thunderstorms here. A lot of areas seeing heavy rainfall. You're just south of Pana there. You can see that really strong thunderstorm. Anytime you're getting some of the purple colors here, you're talking about some hail that could be embedded in the storm. What we can do for you now, you see the storm here that is west of Windsor. You can see where Mattoon there is on your screen. That storm has been the big one of the day so far. It's been producing rotation with it, some hail reports. That's our view now in Mattoon. We're going to watch that same storm start to come into the area. So right now, Shelby, Moultrie, Coles, and Cumberland County under a tornado or a severe thunderstorm warning. We'll let you know if any tornado warnings had issued, and we'll cut back in here with you and let you know what to expect. So we've got you covered here. Stick around, but we definitely still have some news of the day to follow. Karina?
All right, Kevin, thank you. Like we are seeing today, spring can bring the possibility of more severe weather.
In fact, 80% of tornadoes in Illinois happen between the months of April and June. It's a big reason why experts are reminding people to be aware at all times, at all locations. WCIA3's Jack Crum joins us in studio. Jack, what advice are they giving?
Yeah, Brandon, adults don't exactly have tornado drills in their day-to-day lives like kids in school. It's why whether it's just usual storms or extreme winds, it's important to make a plan. If you're home during one of these emergencies, heading to your basement or an interior space away from windows is the safest measure. If you're at work, head to a designated safety zone. The department head of climate meteorology and atmospheric sciences at U of I says being aware of all outcomes is the most important thing to do.
Yeah, here in Illinois, you never know what the weather is going to be. So be weather aware and think about the scenarios that are going to happen on any given day. So think about whether it's a good idea to head out on a drive on a day where there might be tornadoes. You know, maybe not go out and on a long walk if there's a tornado watch or warning. Just kind of stay safe and near your places of safety and keep that in mind as you go about your day.
The department also suggests if you're driving in a low visibility situation, just pull over and wait it out. Nesbitt also said having a reliable weather app is the best tool somebody can have. You can always count on the WCIA 3 weather app to provide the information you need. Brandon?
All right, Jack, thank you. We have a news update on the body found near I-55 in Springfield. The coroner has identified the woman. They say it's 54-year-old Teresa Ann Coleman from Springfield, who was missing for nearly a month. We told you yesterday her body was found by an IDOT worker near the entrance ramp to I-55. The coroner says an autopsy was done today, and preliminary findings indicated her death was a homicide. Coleman's death is still under investigation by state police, Springfield police, and the Sangamon County coroner.
Now to a follow-up on the deadly stabbing in Tuscola. A judge says the man accused of the crime is a threat to the community and has since been combative with guards since his arrest. WCIA 3's Will Simmons is in the newsroom. Will, you were inside the courtroom today. What happened?
I was, Karina. At today's detention hearing, the judge said Joshua Henderson will stay in jail due to the nature of the crime, where the victim was stabbed multiple times. Police say when they arrived at apartments near Park and Van Allen Streets, Henderson had blood on him and was holding an 8-inch knife. They say he stabbed the victim multiple times in the neck, chest, and hands. The victim died at the scene. They also say Henderson tried to fight a police officer. They say they used a taser on Henderson. State Attorney Robert Kosick says he appeared to be and remains in a manic state.
Here there's an individual who appears to be disturbed, but more so is very violent. And for that reason, we need to protect the community and, again, have him detained.
He says Henderson has been calling police demons, even throwing urine at guards. Henderson appeared on a video call with restraints and a hood over his head, which they had to remove. Henderson faces charges including first-degree murder and aggravated battery with greatly bodily harm. Those charges could mean life in prison if he's convicted. Henderson's next court appearance will be April 15th, In the newsroom, Will Simmons, WCIA 3, your local news leader.
All right, Will, thank you.
One Central Illinois school administrator is being told to change schools once spring break is over. What she's filed in response to the sudden decision.
Plus, the Big Ten tournament continues in Minnesota. That's where we find our sports director, Brett Behrens.
The tournament well underway here. The Illini didn't arrive until this afternoon. They say they are ready to win it all and are in a great position to do so. We'll hear from the team coming up in sports.
Kevin, are we going to be able to breathe a sigh of relief anytime soon here?
Still a few more hours for some. I'll say this, though, up here in Champaign, we're probably good. Areas to the south, though, especially in Mattoon, Charleston, Coles County, that we're watching things carefully. Meteorologist Jake Badicki's rolling into town there. He's going to have a report for us coming up, and we'll have the latest on where the warnings are and what you can expect for the rest of tonight when we come back.
Now, Central Illinois' most accurate forecast with meteorologist Kevin Lighty.
All right, that is a view from Mattoon. You can see the lightning strikes that are really starting to show up here with that storm that we've been kind of tracking across all of Illinois here throughout the course of this afternoon. And that is a view from our camera there right in the central part of Mattoon. And I believe what we have is Jacob Dickey, who is also near Mattoon in the storm tracker. And Jacob, I'm seeing a lot of lightning where you are. What are you seeing there?
Yeah, you're right about that, Kevin. There's in the last couple of minutes have been a couple of pretty intense strikes. We're doing a good job of keeping ahead of this storm, and so we've got the camera looking behind. I haven't really found an interesting turnaround yet. I just want to stay ahead of it. At some point, Kevin, I'd like to maybe stop and get a sample of some of the hail. While we're talking about the storm behind me, though, Kevin, I do want to flip my camera to the front and show you the storm that's located between Mattoon and Charleston now. And interestingly enough, I've had a lowering, a little bit of a rain-free base that's shown up with some of the lightning. Of course, get to the point where light not as good as it was earlier, but you can make out from the lightning and then the rain here that there's another storm that's in front of there. So we'll kind of keep an eye on all of this. We're about 4 or 5 miles northwest of Mattoon here. It's starting to get some rain out my location. If you're familiar with where I am, I'm on the road that's the Industrial Expressway exit on 57. That's about 2 miles north of Mattoon, and we're straight west heading to the east right now. So keep an eye on storms behind me, storms in front of me, and a lot of lightning all around. Plenty of action here for some of us tonight in the area. Kevin, let me know what your thoughts are and where you want me to head next, and we'll get you another report later on in the show. Live just to the north of Mattoon in Coles County, I'm Jacob Dickey. Back to you.
All right, thanks a lot. From the storm tracker, they're providing you those live views so you kind of know what to expect. Here's the tornado watch still in effect here until 9 o'clock tonight. Look at this, though, okay? These storms are really intense. There's some hail, and there's definitely some gusty winds. What we'll do is we'll zoom down into this far southern Moultrie County. That's going to be right between Windsor and Sullivan. There's going to be some decent hail probably there in that purple-colored area. Mattoon, okay, and even just in the last few minutes, this little cell northwest of Charleston has a little bit of a slight uptick in it. This is the severe thunderstorm warned area. So you've got Lerna, you've got Paradise, okay, Cooks Mills, you're technically in this as well. This is your hail and some really gusty winds here, 60-mile-an-hour winds that could be rolling in. The wider view, and this thing just kind of keeps going, some really heavy rainfall back into southwestern portions of Shelby County, maybe down towards the Cowden area, and then more activity here that may eventually be coming towards the Effingham area, and then really widening the view out. And you can see additional storms that have been down here towards the St. Louis area for much of tonight. You may be asking again, hey, I'm in Danville, I'm in Champaign, I'm in Decatur, I'm in Springfield, what's going on? I really think a lot of this stays to our south here tonight. There's a front that's kind of impeding any of this from getting more to the north. So you can almost kind of draw a line south of or north of I-72. You're all clear, even probably just below that. The main show is going to continue to be down here through tonight. That's exactly what our future track is showing. And a pretty intense line. It turns into more of a squall line. We had these little individual we call supercells earlier, and those had more of that tornadic threat. Now we transition more to a wind damage and a hail threat and a lot of heavy rainfall. But you can see that the threat times are going to be really kind of wrapping up here with large hail being the biggest threat. Still some high winds, and yeah, still down here, could there be some baseball-sized hail? I won't rule it out. But notice on our graphic here with the timing, we're kind of in the heart of the kind of very high probability of severe weather. I think through 8 o'clock, we're still there, but it really falls off into 10 p.m. tonight and into early tomorrow morning. I'm just going to skip ahead here to the 7-day forecast. And there's your weekend. Sunshine coming back, but quite a bit different between Saturday and Sunday. 61 on Saturday, 47 on Sunday, 39 on Monday. What are we doing here? We're going back to winter-like temperatures after talking about severe weather that is ongoing here tonight.
Yeah, a lot of cells, a lot of complexity there.
A lot of things still going on. Still want to keep you updated. We're still also streaming online, so you can go check us out there on the Facebook, Twitter, the app, the webpage. There's 1,000 different ways you can still see our coverage.
All right, Kevin, thank you. This year's Girls Gatorade Player of the Year in the state has been announced. Who from Central Illinois is getting that honor?
And the Champaign County African American Trail is growing, where a new sign has gone up and the history behind it.
Live from your local news leader.
of the storm here. So a rain-wrapped tornado potentially located in the area that you're looking at here. We are monitoring things here closely. And this, again, it just happened here in the last few minutes where the tornadic part of the storm did return. So again, what we are watching here is our storm that is just into Cumberland County. Definitely the concern is there for a tornado, but I want to show you the wider view of things because it's storming pretty good in places like Mattoon and Charleston. And in that area there, they have had some intensification just in the last few minutes, and that's what we're looking at here. We were just looking at this off screen before we came to us and said, yeah, it looks like there might be some rotation with that. But it's coming down pretty good there in Lerna, probably some hail located there. I'm just going to switch over to a few of our camera shots here. And so there's Mattoon. This is going to be just south of you guys there in the Mattoon area. You on the south side, still dealing with some heavy rainfall, but you're talking about Lerna and heading towards Neoga to Toledo. Jacob is south of Charleston in the storm tracker and back in that active area there. Jacob, I see the heavy rainfall. You're driving into the storm. Give us a report.
Hey Kevin, we're heading south now from Charleston. We're going to cut back to the south here. Cell service might be a little icky. We're kind of along the Embarrass River here, and it could be a little tricky in this area, but I'm going to cut back to the west towards Neoga. Just passed by Hutton Township. They had some big hail down here last night, in fact, in this area. And so we're going to keep an eye on it. Haven't noticed anything big. There's been a few little dinks, little blinks as we're cutting through, but we'll get to the south side here and take a look back to the west. May end up going all the way down to Greenup. We'll keep an eye on that area of rotation. That rain really coming down now with a little bit of embedded hail at our location as we're about a half-mile north of the Cumberland-Coles County line, right on 130. So we'll keep you updated. A lot of lightning, a lot of rain. I don't expect to see much from this, Kevin, but we'll be down here to keep you updated from our vantage point in the storm tracker. Live south of Charleston, the Coles Cumberland County line. I'm Jacob Dickey. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Jacob. We'll continue to watch his live shot there. He's getting the heavy rainfall. Again, that's the Mattoon camera. We'll switch over to the Charleston camera there as well. Again, the tornadic part of the storm is going to be now on right along the Coles and Cumberland County line. Just the last few scans, maybe not as of a pronounced area of rotation there. Kind of show you the wide view of things here again. I want to just make note, if you're watching us, I'm just going to name off a bunch of towns, but if you're watching us in Champaign, Decatur, Danville, Camargo, Tuscola, Mount Zion, even Sullivan, Cisco, you're all in the clear. Look at all those areas. Cerro Gordo, nothing. The cold front has passed through. The severe weather threat is done, so I can essentially just also draw a line for you and kind of show you again, if you're anywhere basically north of that line, you definitely don't have any worries about any of that severe weather. Looks like a new tornado warning just coming out here, far southern portion of our viewing area, probably just outside of it, south of Effingham though, but it's right on the Effingham County line. This is a new tornado warning that was just issued. That's going to be down into Clay County, again south of Effingham County, where there is a tornado warning with that. That may eventually go into portions of Newton and Richland County. Actually, a sliver of Newton County is in that far south, or I should say Jasper County, that is in that, where that tornado warning is. So we're watching that area well to the south of I-70. You can see, look at all those cells there. I mean, there's several cells that we're dealing with. Here in our neck of the woods, the concern is with our storm just south of Charleston. Definitely some heavy rainfall, possibly some hail there, right on the Coles and Cumberland County line. You've got Cottonwood there. There's Trilla, Lerna, those areas that have definitely some heavy rainfall and the potential for a tornado in that area. As we switch things back over here on the tornado warning box, you can see where that tornado warning is in effect. Just going to read some information here from the Weather Service. They did have a funnel cloud west of Neoga, which is why they issued that tornado warning. They did have a funnel cloud there west of Neoga, possibly might even still have that. I'm not sure exactly when that report was, but we're right there on the edge where the radar is kind of showing us some of the data there with the velocity. We typically look for kind of some of those reds and greens. That purple area is kind of a called no data essentially. But you see, as we kind of back it up, again, we're watching, I will highlight this area here. You're looking at this. This was 6:16, so this was a half an hour ago. But you see these reds and greens that are right there? When I progress this forward into the future, you're going to watch that move off there to the east, get a little bit stronger, and heading right there, probably close to Neoga, just points to the north. Boy, there's one thing that we're definitely seeing a ton of, and that's a lightning show. That's Double Box's camera there, and you can see constant flashes of lightning. This is from Jacob's camera as he's been south of Charleston, and boy, the amount of lightning with this has been quite impressive, and you can see almost just constant there strikes that are occurring. And of course, he is getting into kind of a rough cell phone coverage area, which is largely what our live shot capabilities are based off of, is using those cell phone towers to get a signal there. So sometimes we lose his shot there when he gets into, because he's starting to get in some rural areas there of Coles County. They're kind of south of Charleston. We zoom back in. What I will do is I'm going to throw on for you some of the lightning and maybe the counter. It'll show us how many lightning strikes that we are seeing here. And just in the area that you see on the screen there's 352 lightning strikes. That is almost just constant lightning there in the last 15 minutes. You may be seeing some of the other numbers there and asking, okay, what's this mean? Negative strikes, positive strikes. Positive strikes are actually a stronger version of a lightning bolt. They have more amperage to them, and often those are the ones that can cause some damage and really kind of mess things up. So we're getting 100 of those strikes, which is a ton. You combine them together with the negative strikes, so you're looking at 347 lightning strikes. So just constant lightning down here with this very electrically charged thunderstorm. That currently, again, is a severe thunderstorm warned. There was that report of spotters did report a funnel cloud that was to the west of Neoga, right on exit I-57 on the north side of town. So right there where it kind of curves around there along 45 is where they did have that report. Let's see if I can show up here on my storm reports. And we're going to switch. Oh, that's storm tracks. We'll get the local storm reports on there. And again, you can see, well, there's some other reports there coming back there to the west where we've had some of that. Seth, you've got some of those reports there. If you can switch that on, we're going to have you talk about some of those reports that have just come into us here.
Yeah, talking about that funnel cloud that was reported just outside Neoga, just to give people a little bit of perspective of where that is. This was about, it says 6:38, so that's about 7 minutes ago now. That funnel cloud just on the west side of the interstate there. We'll just kind of take you a little bit closer to it. That's when we saw that that rotation was really pronounced there. It's kind of come down just a little bit, but that might be just because we're getting a little farther away from the radar, kind of in a radar limbo out in this direction. But right there, just to the west of I-57, there are those ramps just to the west side of town. That's where that funnel cloud was spotted, and of course has since moved over and to the east of I-57 here at the moment. That's the big storm that we're keeping track of right now, still tornado warned, and that is probably what prompted that tornado warning. There was that spotting of that funnel cloud just northwest of town there, Kevin.
Okay, got a report in here to us that the tornado sirens did sound in Mattoon, okay? I will say this, in Mattoon, you are not under a tornado warning, but according here to a report that the Mattoon YMCA sheltered visitors in locker rooms there as a result of the sirens going off, which sometimes can happen because part of the county was under the tornado warning, but it is not under a tornado warning in Mattoon, nor is the Charleston area there. Okay, so what we can do is you can see that when you throw the box back on there for you, and so you can, the outline is far southern portions of Coles County and mainly into Cumberland County that have that threat. But as fast as these storms are moving, and boom, there went the tornado warning. So as fast as they issued it, they've now canceled it. Canceled the tornado warning that was once in effect. We still have several counties that have severe thunderstorm warnings associated with it. And we're still tracking this one cell that's well to our south, technically just out of what we consider our viewer coverage area, but it is hugging right there along that Effingham County line. So the farthest kind of southern portion of the county there, Lucas, Mason, south of Watson, and in Seth's old territory there, down towards Diedrich. They're not in the warning, I stress that, but that storm system is kind of moving off there to the east. So, because there are not any other tornado warnings, I'm not sure how you guys want to pick back up in terms of the newscast here, which you guys would like to do, but I'll give you a moment, or somebody can tell me in my ear what you'd like for me to do. We could carry this on, but what we're going to do is just kind of regather things here because there are no more tornado warnings in effect. What we'll do is send things to break, and then we'll come back and let you know any changes that we have had and wrap up the newscast and have the very latest coming up. So stay tuned. when the storms came through back there. That's a view in Charleston right now where things are looking a little bit calmer after the storms came through. Also down towards Mattoon area, and it's storming pretty good also down near Effingham here, where the storms are a little bit closer to where some of that severe weather has been taking place. The light that you see there is going to be the light on top of the hospital, but there are storms just to the south of Effingham that are still quite strong. What I'll show you is the 7-day forecast, which is going to show a big change eventually coming our way as we head towards the upcoming weekend. And it's going to be cooler temperatures rolling around by the time we hit Sunday. Only 47 for a high. 39 is the high come Monday. Spring officially arrives Tuesday, but it's not going to feel like it. So we'll continue to keep you updated tonight if any other warnings get issued, but definitely a lot of hail and some wind reports.
All right. Thank you, Kevin.
You're welcome.
Now let's take a look at today's top stories of the day.
We have a news update on the body found near I-55 in Springfield. The coroner's identified who the woman is. It's 54-year-old Teresa Ann Coleman from Springfield. She was missing for nearly a month. We told you yesterday her body was found by an IDOT worker near the entrance ramp to I-55. The coroner says an autopsy was done today and preliminary findings indicated her death was a homicide.
A man is facing charges in connection to a deadly stabbing in Tuscola. Joshua Henderson was charged today with 2 counts of first-degree murder and 2 counts of aggravated battery. Prosecutors say the victim was stabbed in the neck, hand, and chest. He died at the scene.
Kevin, we're still following a little bit of that severe weather?
Yeah, we are indeed. I tell you, we have had some strong storms, and if we can, I don't know if you can just pop up Max 1 there real quick there. We had some really large hail. Baseball-sized hail there south of Staunton. I guess a lot of reports of some damaged vehicles, trucks, and whatnot. We'll keep you updated on that through the rest of tonight.
All right, thank you for joining us.
We'll see you back here at 9 to 10. Have a great night.
All right, guys, you still with us here on the live stream? I still know there's a lot of you that are watching on the live stream here. So we are kind of following along with a pretty intense cell that's technically just kind of outside of our viewing area, but has been showing some strong signs of rotation. It's going to be down into Clay, Jasper, Richland counties, far south part of our viewing area. But we'll stay with you here and continue to kind of bring you coverage here that is online. All right, and so let me switch things back over here to the reflectivity. Nice little signature there, and we'll go back to velocity and then kind of run it back here. And you can see that clear signal, those reds and greens kind of coming across. There's Highway 45, got right there in the kind of northeast corner there. And now going to be heading into Jasper County, the southwest corner of Jasper County. And you've got some obvious rotation showing up right there. And they've got a tornado warning associated with that cell. That again is just going to come into the southwest corner of Jasper County, south of Newton, but definitely a strong, probably one of the stronger rotational signatures that we have seen here for much of the afternoon and evening now. So this is going to be south of what we consider to be our coverage area down here. But as you widen the view out, you can kind of see what I'm looking at. It's been kind of messy on the radar lately, but down to the south where there have been less of the storms, this one is kind of largely still kind of separated by itself, so still in that supercell kind of structure. There's kind of a second one behind it, maybe not as, well, I guess it is still fairly organized. I still like the one that is here coming into southwestern Jasper County. Definite rotation there with this. And so there's Newton, one of the bigger towns there in Jasper County. So again, far southwest corner of that county there. Jacob is actually 8 miles north of Newton, he tells us. So if we look at that, we go 8 miles north. He's just there north of Falmouth. And the tornadic part of the storm is about, let's see here, from his location, it's about 20 miles to his southwest is where he is located. So again, this, just to show you this big, huge, wide view, because I want people to kind of see what's going on. Not much for a large chunk of our core kind of viewing area. Let me just draw this line again. If you're anywhere basically to the north of that line, you're in the clear. No issues for Champaign or Danville or Tuscola or Monticello or even Sullivan. You're down in Taylorville, all of those areas done with the severe weather. Still a lot of rainfall, and there's been some flooding there. There's actually been some flash flood warnings issued as a result. But strongest storm is still definitely down here. Gonna be curving into the southwestern corner of Jasper County. I think we got Jacob there. Is Jacob on there? Hold on, let me see. He said he could talk potentially.
I don't see his picture.
Oh, we don't see his picture?
Yeah, it's still just the blank one.
Okay. Let me see if I can't see if Jacob is back up there. We don't have his signal. Tell him, text him and tell him that.
Let him know that.
He is. We don't have his signal right now, or his TV might have gone dead. Either way, we can still keep talking to you here. Those of you that are still watching our live stream with us here tonight. Oh, there it is. He just came back. Okay. All right, so.
Got his audio on.
All right. I will send things to Jacob in the storm tracker. Jacob, go ahead and talk.
Kevin, how we doing? How we doing tonight? Y'all hear me just fine? Let me know if you can hear me okay. If you can hear me, then I'll start talking.
Yep, you're good. We got you.
Okay, cool, perfect. Good, good, good. I'm about 4 miles north of Newton now. I passed Rose Hill, and I've got the camera turned a little bit to the right of the road, so I'm going south and kind of looking at that here. My plan is when I get into Newton, I'm going to cut to the east towards Willow Hill and see what we can get here. Man, this is wrapping up pretty good. I'm not going to see a whole lot. I think the plan is going to be to get east as quick as I can and let the storm pass to my north maybe. Maybe between Willow Hill and Robinson we'll be able to get something out of it, but an impressive supercell they're wrapping up southwest of Newton with that tornado warning. So we'll be in Newton here, and let me check my map real quick. We are turning in 3.5 miles to the north side of Newton, and we'll start to head east. So there you go, there's that lightning. Pretty impressive with this storm as it's organizing. Could be a rough couple of hours here for Jasper, Crawford County from Newton towards Willow Hill, St. Marie, and off towards the Robinson and Oblong area before long. So to give you a reference point, Falmouth is right to my right here, just past Falmouth. And at 130 and 175th Avenue, that's Hunt City Road. So Hunt City is to my east. Kevin, let me go ahead and send it back to you, and we'll do some digital coverage on this.
All right, yeah. I mean, he's all the way down there, and he's on one of the strongest parts of the storms we've had. So we'll keep monitoring his audio and his video down there and continue to let you guys know what's going on. Because again, the reason that we're still on here, I know there's still quite a few of you that are tuned in to our live stream. Over like 1,400 of you between some of the different platforms that we're on. So I want to just kind of keep telling you guys what to expect. And he's on that storm. So he's located, again, just north of Newton. The tornadic part of this cell is obviously right here, South Muddy. That area there, where the reds and greens are kind of coming together. He's kind of coming into Newton, and he's going to try to shoot east on 33, is my guess, and towards Willow Hill. So we can get kind of east of it. And then the circulation, seemingly he's kind of been doing one of these numbers. He's kind of wanting to go just a little bit northeast here in the last few little scans. We'll take it back. So you see that? See how it's kind of southwest to northeast there. But definite rotation on the cell. And probably going to pass south of Newton, the way things look right now. And the only bad news that I'll have and say to Jacob is the fact that the reflectivity is showing it to be pretty rain wrapped. Angel?
Yes, sir.
We're still on the web. Yeah, we're still doing stream on the web.
I recorded the wall to wall coverage.
Yeah.
Of Jacob's
Okay.
tracker and encoder.
Okay, great. Thanks. Appreciate it. Thanks for rolling with the punches. That was our 6 o'clock producer there that we basically blew out the newscast there, kind of ducked in and out. It's always kind of crazy when, they have a plan for a newscast there, and then we kind of go things. Jacob's waving at me, at least he was. His signal was there and it's gone. So I know Jacob can hear us through his app sometimes, but his shot is frozen right now. So when I see it pop back up, we can go to him, but he is, he's kind of going in and out. He's in a rough area there. I know that. Kind of pixelated. All right, maybe I'll try to go to him now. All right, Jacob, let's pop his audio up and then he just, okay, go ahead. I'm gonna have you talk and we'll see what you get, so go ahead.
Okay, Kevin, I turned east on 30, be a half mile parts. I'm going to head east towards Willow Hill. You're right, there's two things with this storm. It's moving a little slower, so it's not going to outrun me here. About 12 miles west of Oblong, the light. I'll keep the shot straight forward. Now looking east.
All right. We'll come back. We'll try to come back to him here in a little second. He's frozen up there again. We'll back to the radar. Still, I mean, there's still some really decent rotation in that storm that is located there. Southwestern Jasper County, south of Newton, Bogota. That's exactly where that rotation is. And so you're still under the tornado warning there in Jasper County. Jacob, I think most likely is heading towards Willow Hill. If he came into Newton and he's on the northeast side there and he's on 33, he is probably going to head towards that location to try to get ahead of it. Kind of rain wrapped. Again, there might be a little bit of a notch in there, a little clearing, or if you're just in the exact right spot, you might be able to see something. They have continued the tornado warning there to the north and east. And again, we have had just an unbelievable amount of lightning show up with all of our storms here tonight. The lightning strikes have been just nonstop, I guess, down in this area. Matter of fact, looks like about almost 100 strikes just on the picture that you're seeing right there in the past 15 minutes. So Clay County tornado warning. And it's still that kind of southern cell there. So there's kind of two areas that we've been watching. Here's the other one down into Clay County. Again, the reason that we're not on TV, these are technically out of our viewing area here. It's technically in the Terre Haute viewing area market, but we're still online here. We know a lot of you are watching in other locations, and we like to provide coverage when we can with this.
Looks like we got one jumped into Clark County now, on its way out, but there is a new tornado warning in Clark County.
Oh, there is. Okay. Carolyn, we're going to jump back on. Is my IFB dead? I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm... Okay. Oh, are you there? Okay. We are going to cut back in, but we will most likely if we can, Carolyn, we can wait until the break there. Is that doable? Or no, as soon as they go to it. And then I'm going to try to just cover up the break, if that's possible. Those of you still watching in our online coverage, we're going to do a cut-in on TV. Is now Clark County that we cover here does have a new tornado warning associated with it, so we're going to cut in here in just a moment for that. So there may be a little bit of silence here as we wait for that to occur, so just bear with us. Let's just go now. All right, apologize for interrupting programming, but we do. Possible tornado that has formed there right near I-70, near Martinsville, heading towards the Marshall area. This is going to be just east of Casey, Illinois, in Clark County, where the reds and greens are coming together, right near Martinsville. That is the rotating part of our thunderstorm, and where there is that potential tornado occurring right now. The National Weather Service issuing this tornado warning, and that is going to continue here as we go throughout the course of the next half hour or so. Officially, that warning goes until 8 p.m., so about 44 minutes left of this tornado warning. This is moving off here to the east. So if you are in Martinsville, if you are in there anywhere there between US 40 and I-70 all the way to Marshall, you definitely need to be in your tornado safe spot. This is going to be moving off here to the east. You can see there's Anderson going to be hugging right along the interstate, and we've had a history of these storms producing very large hail, damaging winds, and even some funnel clouds out there here for us tonight. So again, a large area of concern with the area down into Clark County now, where that tornado warning is in effect. Other counties, including Coles, Cumberland, Edgar, under a severe thunderstorm warning. And we've also been watching a very strong storm that has also been showing signs of rotation down into Jasper County, going to be just south of Newton. That storm also has intense rotation and a tornado warning associated with it. South of the Newton area in Jasper County, those same signatures that you see where the reds and greens are coming close to one another, rotating part of the storm there, that could have a tornado associated with it as well. So still some concern there with several storms. To give all of you that are watching other locations here, you can see that Champaign, Decatur, places like Danville, Springfield are all in the clear. The biggest concern now with our storm down into Jasper County, south of Newton, and now with their storm that is right over the top of Martinsville, where some definite signs of rotation are occurring with our cell down here. And I would not be surprised if there is an ongoing tornado that's happening, some fairly decent radar signatures coming up to us here near Martinsville, where there possibly is that tornado in Clark County. If you're in Marshall right now, you need to be taking shelter. Clark Center, okay, those locations there, taking shelter right now as that storm moves off there to the east. I know that we also have been tracking things with meteorologist Jacob Dickey, who's been down on a storm down into Newton County there. And if we can show Jacob and maybe talk to him. And Jacob, what have you been seeing down there with that storm south of Newton?
Hey, Kevin, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, I'm here. We just passed through Willow Hill. We're going to drop south to St. Marie, get ahead of that rotation that's by Newton, and see if we get anything, quite a bit of wind-driven rain. The one thing about these storms down here is that they are moving a little slower, and so that may help out that potential for severe weather, but it is dark also, so we're kind of switching between our night mode and our regular camera to try and get some lightning here. The lightning seems to have closed up, maybe it closed down, and that's kind of the game we've been playing for a little bit. We'll keep a very close eye as well, Clark County. If something does happen up there, really a little concern for Martinsville and Marshall. We'll head back to the north and provide some reports as needed in that direction. So we'll be keeping an eye on things down here in Clark and where we are in Jasper County. We're moving to the south towards St. Marie. Live in the Storm Tracker, I'm meteorologist Jacob Dickey. We'll send it back to you, Kevin.
All right, thanks a lot, Jacob. He's down there on the storm. Keep an eye on the Jasper County storm and also, again, into Clark County, which is why we had to cut into your programming here with our viewers that are down there between Casey, Martinsville area, and heading towards Marshall. Along I-70, you need to be in your tornado safe spot, as you can clearly see on the radar where the reds and greens are kind of coming right next to one another, is where that rotating part of the thunderstorm is. And even some of these signatures here, we've got some of those pinks showing up next to the greens. Obviously a pretty good indicator sometimes that we might have indeed a tornado there. It's going to be on the east side of Martinsville now, where that would be. Clark Center, probably just south of I-70. If you're in Marshall right now to Clark Center, definitely be in your tornado safe spot. This is going to be coming to the Indiana-Illinois state line here before too long. Strong area of rotation on this, and the potential for a tornado does exist in this area that we are watching in our far southern portion of our viewing area. So that's kind of the situation that we're dealing here with right now at this time. Tornado warning in effect for Clark County in the area that you see here. There could be an ongoing tornado happening. You can see near Martinsville as this storm moves off here to the east. And if we have a storm path here on this, and we'll switch over, and Seth, there are several towns that will be impacted here over the next half hour or so. Seth, what do you got there?
Yeah, that is correct. If we could get Max 1 pulled up here, perfect. And we just take a look at the path of this thing. It looks like for the most part it's going to stay south of I-70 there, and it's eventually going to cross over across the Illinois-Indiana state line. But before it does so, just wanted to highlight a couple of places here in the path of this thing. We've got obviously watching watching Martinsville as it's kind of moving directly overhead right now. But Anderson farther down the line, Choctaw, Ernst, and also looks like the Zion United Methodist Church down that way. Darwin coming in your way in about 20 minutes as well. This one's kind of slowed down. Like Jacob said, these storms have started to slow down just a little bit. This one only moving at 35 miles an hour, so it gives you just a little more time to get to your tornado safe spot there as this one moves. However, those of you that are right there immediately in the path of it, right over top of you right now, it's obviously going to stick around for just a little bit longer. But like you said, Kevin, there's definitely potential that we could have an ongoing tornado right now, just kind of in a tough place to say for sure on radar, just because we're kind of far away there from the nearest one. But there's definitely the indication there at the upper levels that there's something going on up there.
Okay, so here's what we're going to do. I know that we've got a lot of people that are still watching us here online as well. So what we'll do is we're going to send it back to the programming. And so for our viewers that are watching us down into Clark County, we want to push you guys to the web. Our WCIA.com website there is streaming. You can go to the WCIA 3 weather app or news app to stream, or we're on Facebook, we're on Twitter, we're on YouTube, we're on several things that you can find us on. So what we want to do is send you back to your programming again. I apologize for having to break into your programming there for a moment to let our friends know that there is that life-threatening weather down in Clark County with the potential for a tornado. But we will get you back to your show. We're going to go back and do our streaming coverage online, Facebook, Twitter, our website, and apps where you can find all of that. Thank you for your patience. We will have more updates online. Stay with us. Okay, so we're just back here with you on our live stream again. You know, we kind of get into this tricky area down here between doing TV coverage and online coverage. We're kind of like on the edge there where we kind of share, you know, part of Clark County there with our Terre Haute market and our friends down there, where they kind of have their own coverage that they do as well. But we do know that we do have a large contingent that is down here in Clark County. So just kind of showing you once again the tornado warned area. There it is. Basically from Marshall down to Martinsville as that storm moves off there to the east. We'll throw back on for you the radar signature that is showing up. And that is where we still have that storm. Once that storm kind of passes off into Indiana, really kind of our area, Jacob's been down on that storm down into Newton County, and it's kind of looking a little bit more messier now, but yeah, definitely not as strong of a rotational signature as it once had. It was looking pretty good there for a while. And it came into the southwestern corner of the county and now definitely kind of losing some of its punch. We'll go back to the one down here into Clay County. It also may be losing a little bit. So kind of three areas that we've been watching with the potential for a tornado. Again, I know still there's 1,500 of you that are watching on our live streams here, so maybe you just kind of tune back in with us. So maybe you're watching on TV, then you went to our Facebook and Twitter and all of that stuff that we're streaming on. So thanks for all of you guys that have come back here with us and are still going with our coverage. Nope, Jacob's shot is gone. Jacob is not there. So again, guys, we're just kind of watching this storm here into Clark County. Going to be right over Clark Center. See if I can switch back on my velocity. So still some broad rotation with that. Right there, probably along US 40. Going to be coming across Highway 1. Maybe south of Marshall. Good news is a lot of you are in the clear with this here tonight. I'm sure they've trimmed back part of the tornado watch. Let me pull that graphic up. No, well, not quite yet. But they will soon. They've been kind of busy down there. We'll trim those off, but again, largely the threat across our far southern counties, kind of out of our area. Did they drop the warning? Or no? Can you just not see it? Oh, there it is. Still there. There was a report of a funnel cloud down into Clay County earlier. Delayed report of a funnel cloud from earlier. All right, thanks everybody here still with us online. We're still just kind of monitoring things for you. Some of these are really south of our area now. The closest one in Clark County there. But we're still seeing some signs of that rotation. We'll see what that does when it starts getting closer to Marshall. What did our friend Mr. Dickey have to say? Anything?
Says he's got a pretty good view on it, but his signal's still just a little choppy.
Yeah, I'm saying
it's coming in a little bit. It looks a little grainy, but we can see what he's. Oh yeah.
Yeah. That is a tough area. So that's a Jacob shot down there. Obviously, it's dark and can't see a whole lot. Again, we're in the studio here, still hanging with you guys at 7:30. There was
Jacob's
Jacob.
waving at you just a little bit.
He was waving just so we can see him. Oh, there he is.
Yep.
Picks. I mean, it looks like we've got a dial-up connection there with wherever he's at. He's down on the storm, though. He's right there. He's had a lot of lightning. A lot of lightning on all of the storms here. Heavy rainfall continues. I mean, it's still a decent looking storm. Broad rotation. A smattering of hail, as Jacob says. I don't know, he thinks he's doing his cooking segment. Smattering of paprika. All right, our storm there down in Clark County. Still some rotation, definitely a little bit less. Definitely more of a broader rotation with that.
Looks like they've let that one in Jasper on its way to Crawford expire. It just doesn't look like there's a whole lot going on there anymore. The more impressive one is definitely Clay County into Richland. At least there's still something going on there, but that one's obviously outside of our territory.
Yeah.
But
Here, kick me back to the radar here.
There we go. So yeah, that one in Clay County is probably the one to survive on a little longer, but obviously that one's south of us. That one in Jasper kind of, and there's some faint signatures in there, but it just doesn't look like, I'm not shocked to see that they haven't continued that warning just yet. So kind of just down to one warning in the immediate area, and even that one is probably minutes away from hopping the state line and kind of heading right towards Terre Haute there. Might catch the south end of town. That's getting down to the very end of the threat for us, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, we don't even, this is absolutely out of our area. We even, question if Jasper, Crawford are really technically in our area too. It's a weird TV kind of thing that happens because there's other markets that's technically them, but some of us you can still pick us up, via multiple other ways. And so we like to at least kind of err on the side of caution, try to give coverage when we can, which is why we're online. And we had some people asking online here, why are the smaller towns not getting proper coverage, says Stephanie. Well, again, these are technically not even in our viewing area here, but we're still online here for a handful of you that maybe are still watching us. Hopefully your local affiliates that are in your area, if you're down here near Olney, that'd be the Terre Haute area that covers that. It's kind of their neck of the woods. Between Evansville, St. Louis, and the Terre Haute area, that's kind of largely their area. We technically, again, kind of share portions of Clark County down this way. So that's why we kind of cut in on TV there for a bit, came back off. But here it is near Marshall. Again, I'm not seeing as tight of rotation with it. Skylar asks, what's the purple on the radar? Yeah, basically that's, we're not getting data. Kind of have to ignore the purples there. It's the reds and the greens that we like to see, or don't like to see, I guess. But those are what you're looking for when looking for towards or away from the radar. The brighter those colors are, the faster the winds, the more of the potential rotation, or in some instances, the wind damage. Movement over the last 45 minutes. Here's a little bit of a loop for you. And we'll put that into motion. You can see how those storms continue to kind of develop south of our area, well south of I-70. And again, you're pretty much in the clear. I'll even say everywhere north of I-70, you're in the clear because the cold front has moved through. But south of I-70 is still something to monitor, especially here with our storm near Marshall, and eventually heading into Indiana. And that'll be Terre Haute. You can tune into our friends there at Jesse Walker at our sister station, WTWO. Oh, Jacob shot's back up. Pretty good. Seen some lightning. Jacob, are you there? You want to talk? Here's Jacob. Let's see if Jacob can talk.
Hey, Kevin, I'm here. How we doing?
All right, there he is. All right, where you at?
Y'all hear me just fine?
Yep, go ahead.
Cool. I am at the county line now, heading south from St. Marie, and I'm going to be in the Olney area very shortly. I'm really stretching the boundary and heading south there, but I figured it seems like every storm I've gotten on has just kind of fizzled out as it's come to me, so maybe we're just going to keep that force field going for a little bit further south. That seems to be Seth's job more than anything, but whatever reason I've been picked to do that tonight. We followed that storm from the Springfield area off to the east towards Taylorville, and it kind of fizzled out, and then we kind of headed to Mountain Charleston. Things kind of collided and couldn't get sustained storms of that, and it seems like the storm I was watching there for a little bit was in southwestern Jasper County and heading towards Crawford County. It's kind of fizzled out, so we'll see what happens, but can't complain too much for March type weather. And I don't know if you can hear it or not, but my phone just did the tornado warning notification for the storm that just crossed into the county here with that, so we'll kind of watch it. There's been quite a bit of lightning with it as well here as we turn that a little bit to the right, so maybe you can see it a little bit better. And some pretty decent lightning to my south and west, so we'll kind of keep an eye on it and see what happens. So yeah, down heading towards Olney and south central southeastern Illinois. I'm Jacob Dickey. We'll send it back to you, Kevin.
Alrighty, there he is. He's right. Every time he's been down there on a storm, it looks really good, and he gets close, and yeah, went away. So, if he's all the way down there near Olney, that storm does look pretty good west of Olney. I don't know if he'll make it in time, but he's all the way down there. Still some rotation, probably near Clay City, Noble. This takes me back to my days when I was down in that area, and that was part of our coverage area in Terre Haute, Vincennes. Our storm there in Marshall, boy, it's on the edge there, but it's probably dumping some heavy rainfall and probably some hail. Again, that's such a bad area in terms of radar. It's so tough to kind of see. You're kind of in between 3 radars. You're in between Lincoln, Evansville, and Indianapolis. I wonder if the Indianapolis one. Let me switch that on. See what that shows. Was that Indy? That's Indy. Not much better. Kind of a dead area down that way. Oh, look at those warnings across central Indiana.
Yeah, they're really starting to get busy over that way.
Man, huge severe thunderstorm warnings. Look at Ohio. Ohio, these are all your warnings right now. So look at Oklahoma. So from Texas to Oklahoma, Arkansas, Alabama, Tennessee, Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, and Ohio all have severe thunderstorm or tornado warnings right now. It's a large storm system. No, I keep hearing people asking about, they're asking about Kansas, Illinois. No, you're clear. There's nothing in Kansas. We're not in Kansas anymore. Might have some thunder, some lightning down there, but the severe weather is going to be to your south. We do have the tornado possible tag on that severe thunderstorm warning that goes into Terre Haute there, but they did not carry the tornado warning further. Boy, we had some big hail reports earlier. You ever find any like pictures from Staunton?
Haven't been able to yet. Still kind of looking around for that. The biggest that we ended up seeing, I feel like, was kind of just around that golf ball approaching tennis ball size, but aside from that, I think it's about
3-inch sized hail.
Oh, there we go.
In
Kinda
Livingston.
Comb through some of these reports here and see which ones we end up with.
If that was on 55, there's some cars that are going to be getting a little doctor's appointment with the windshield guy. So that was earlier. What time was that? That was 5:14 p.m. and that storm crossed over 55. Whew. Okay, we'll clear that off. Let's go back to our storms. See if we got anything. All right, our storm heading out of Clark County, east of Marshall now, heading into good old Vigo County and Terre Haute. So we'll focus still on this Illinois storm that is west of Olney. Hey, look, Autumn is watching, updating a friend. in Olney about the storms? Well, I'll tell you this. If they're down in Olney, they should take shelter. Go ahead and take shelter if you are in Richland County. Pretty much all of Richland County. It's still a pretty intense storm there. Getting a nice little inflow notch in there. Noble, between Noble and Clay City. You're now on the western side of Richland County, eastern side of Clay County, Noble to Olney. Switch on our, yeah, there we go. That's the radar we want. So here's essentially what's happening. Inflow notch. Got that air kind of coming in, starts to wrap around when you get that rotation. Okay. So when we look at the velocity on this, let's see. There's a little something right there near Noble. Let's try to switch over to it. So a little something. Is Jacob in Olney? Is he actually in Olney?
I think he is. I think he's, yeah, it says he's in town.
He's in town. All right. Boots on the ground. That thing's ramping up, man. Look at that inflow. Ramping up. Up to 1 point, and they're talking golf ball size hail maybe in there. Definite rotation. Might be something up in there. Hope Jacob's getting south of town. Is he south of town? What's boy? Lightning strikes there every once in a while. Is that a lowering that's there on the right side? I don't know. I saw the lightning strike there. It looks like a little something. It's over there. Here, while we got him, before we lose him, let's punch him up. Jacob, what you got?
Hey, gentlemen, how we doing? Rolling into Olney now, coming in on 50 onto the south side. I'm gonna drop to the south towards Calhoun, a couple miles. Yeah, the lightning has picked up, and there's a definite lowering on the other side of town, kind of on that southeast side there, kind of taking a bypass around. And I'll get to the south side where that Arby's is before I cut to the south a few miles just to get a view of this. A little concerned here about this storm as it's coming towards town. It's definitely organizing a little bit. Maybe at this point that rotation is just barely in the wrong spot, but you know, the way we are with the radar around here, it's so far away. I don't want to rule anything out, so we're going to kind of keep an eye on it here. We're going a bit south and west right now, kind of turning the corner again, then we'll get a shot looking to the east and kind of see what happens with this. That rotation is probably, what, 6-7 miles to my west over there, Kevin, you'd say, towards Noble. So we'll be dropping south here in about 60 seconds or so.
What highway, Jacob, what highway are you on? What is that? Is that 50?
I believe it's US 50. US 50 kind of heading to the west, and then I'm going to drop south. That south highway takes you past Calhoun towards Parkersburg. Okay. I'm not familiar with the...
Okay, so you're going to get on 130 there, south of Olney.
130, that's right, yeah. I'm going to...
Okay, yeah.
Drop
just
south
west
a little bit, kind of watch,
there.
Keep an eye on it.
Okay, yeah. Well, you're going to be in a good spot there, man.
It's not too far ahead of me. Yeah, we're good. Turning a little bit more to the west now, and so might get a vantage point and see what's going on. Lightning seems to have taken a little bit of an uptick. There you go. There's that. Can I see that there? I'll zoom in just a little bit. Lightning seems to have taken a bit of an uptick in the storm, maybe. That's always a sign.
Yeah, it looks pretty decent. It looks pretty decent on radar.
Not bad.
How close are you to dropping south?
At 63 right now.
Are you close?
That's lightning just struck down there. About 30 seconds. You can see the flashing red light coming over the bridge here.
Oh, okay.
That'll be the. Oh wow! Did you see that? Let me just stop here at the bridge. Let me just stop right here because I got a good vantage point and a quick and easy shot getting south. So, woo! Wow, you look at that.
Yeah,
See that?
that's a definite lowering there on the right side of your screen, I think, right?
Yeah,
Maybe.
that is for sure. Ooh, that's close. I don't know if you heard that rumble and the thunder. It's kind of due in front of me. I'm looking straight west. Whew, that lightning is pretty intense here. Let me let the NWS know.
So we're just watching Jacob shot there. He is on the south side of Olney in Richland County.
We got that. Yeah, I think I'm on a railroad bridge here, kind of on the west side of it, so it gives me a little elevation, which is kind of nice. And see what happens here. Kind of a great shot with the lightning's impressive. There's a few pretty rowdy strikes with that. And at some point too, Kevin, I don't really want to get the storm tracker in the hail. It seems like to me the hail's probably going to be just north of Olney. Would you agree with that assessment?
Yeah, what, Seth, can you repeat what he said?
It looks like the hail is north of Olney.
I think the hail,
Yeah.
probably north of Olney. I probably find in my location.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, it's looking to be north. I'm curious what this next radar scan is about to show us, but
Yeah, I know.
and make sure you're using the Evansville radar there. The Evansville radar's got a pretty good view.
Like a little digital coverage for our friends that don't know us yet in Olney.
We got some
we got a few folks that keep up with us.
Yeah, we got Sharon that says you're in my stomping grounds now. So there you go.
Hey,
And
tell me where a good place to eat down here is, Sharon.
yeah, where's a good place to eat there, Sharon? ADM Olney is on your left, says Caleb.
Okay, yeah, I see that there. I'm kind of on the railroad tracks. I look to my right. There's a mobile home park down here. Yeah, don't say that, Kevin.
Sharon is from Dundas.
Oh yeah, I think one time I think that's some flooding a few years back that I had to cover.
9 miles north of Olney on
I think that's
130.
Yeah, I was about to say it's north of Olney. There's St. Marie, Dundas, and that area. I remember one night.
Yep.
It was after the Gibson City flood. I think it was the next big flood we had was down there, southeast. I think through like Newton and Olney and places like that. So.
Ooh, there's some.
Yeah, there's a well-defined lowering in front of me, Kevin.
Yeah, no,
I've kind of
it's-
seen it through the lightning here.
Yeah, just got a nice little radar update there. Oh, look at this. Cody's watching. Thanks for tracking, guys. We're in the basement and ready if this comes to Olney. So Cody's watching us. And shout out to Seth. You might know this Cody guy there, Seth.
I was gonna say that's my buddy Cody Gephardt. I've
You
been
know,
keeping
Kevin,
him up
after
to date on
this
this
storm,
one.
he's
He's been in his basement for about 10 minutes now,
Okay.
so good to see that
Well,
he's
he
flipped over and has
I'd
a way of keeping track of this now.
I'd stay there. There's something there, man. There's something there.
In front of me?
It's going to be approximately
It's gonna be right in front of me.
a couple miles west of town. What direction are you looking, Jacob?
Looking west, straight west down 50.
Okay.
That blinking light there at the end of the road is my ticket to the south to bail, or if I need to, I'll just turn around. One of the two. The wind is really picking up.
It's right up.
What
Yeah,
way is that blowing?
it's.
My car is rocking here, Kevin.
I say you should be right there, getting close.
I'm seeing a lot of. Okay, I got a north wind where I am here. It's a little weird. Started to pick up a little bit.
Oh yeah. Okay, it's going to be
Okay.
starting to come into the
To
west
me, it
side.
looks like. Yeah, to me it looks like it's maybe just south of. You know, and after this storm comes through, Kevin, through Olney, I can either go east towards Lawrenceville, or there's another tornado running down the line in Wayne County there. Wayne City, Jeffersonville, Sisney, places like that. That's just doesn't look. That's
wow,
like
yeah.
Plainsboro there. So.
That one down there is even more pronounced. Gosh, that's all the way down east of Mount Vernon. You're down there in that neck of the woods, man. You're super south. But there's a lot of people that are watching here that are down in that area. I'll just pass this along. Oh, there's a good lightning strike. Best pizza around.
It's pretty neat.
It's in
Pretty
Olney.
neat.
Red Rooster Truck Stop is a good place for food.
Wait, what was the pizza in Olney?
Well, I don't know. It just said pizza. It didn't say the name of it.
I was thinking maybe it was Olney
There's a good
years
place
ago.
on
There was like a
130
pizza buffet
between
place
Newton and
downtown, I
Olney,
haven't
just
seen.
south of Parkersburg. I believe it's called Portrillo's.
Okay. I love how we're talking about pizza and food, and we got this rotating storm right breathing into my neck here.
Yeah. All right.
I tell you what, about 10 o'clock to my south and west, I'm starting to make out much more organized lowering here.
Yep. So that lowering should be on top of you in a couple of minutes.
What do you think? Should I bail to the east at some point here and ride this towards Claremont, Sumner, Lawrenceville?
Yeah. I mean,
I think
you're
at this
still
point,
on 50
my south
there,
option's
right?
getting cut off. I just do a U and get out of here.
I'd probably still get on 50 and go east there towards Claremont.
Yeah. It's going to be just south of 50. I can make it out with some of the light from the truck stop that's in front of me here.
Yeah, it literally is on the west side of town. Should be the lowering.
Yeah. Oh man, I see it right now. It's. I got a storm chaser next to me. He's getting ready to bail. I've got a north wind at my location, so that's a little interesting to me. All right, what's this guy doing? He's getting out of here. Ooh. Fighting.
Well, somebody's turning
It's
around.
there. Yeah, they're. I'm betting they're turning left and it's going. Ooh, there's lightning. Heard that. If there's something, it's right here in front.
Yeah,
of me,
it would be
just to the left
it's
of the road.
literally right there if there's something.
I start whooping
James
and
has
hollering, I think
family
we
and
all know what it's
friends
gonna be.
watching WCIA3 weather team all the way down there. Bobby's Pizza Fast. Niece lives in Claremont, says Sharon.
Kevin, I got some sort of, I don't want to say a roar, but I hear this whooshing noise where I am.
Dude,
right south of me.
It should be literally right there if it's there. I
It
mean,
is. It's coming on top of me. Good news, I got a great ticket south. Let me kind of angle it a little bit more here.
Probably going to start to feel that
A little nervous
RFD.
here. Yeah, a little bit. Kind of in that bear's cage. All right, time to bail. Time to bail.
Time to bail, he says. Gotta get. Are you? Which way are you
I'm
gonna
outta
go?
I'm going east. I'm going east. I ain't going
You're
south.
east
I'm
on
cut off
50,
this way.
right?
East on 50. That's right.
All right.
Let me turn my rear camera on and there you go. We can look behind if you see some flashes or something. But I don't particularly. I don't particularly like the way this is looking here.
Here, leave his audio on, but punch up the radar. Leave his audio on, but punch up radar. There we go. Okay, so we still have your mic on. We're going to show it kind of where you are. So there's Olney right now. There's the tornado warning. So it's about to get noisy there in Olney. And so Jacob is here on 50 and going to head east to try to stay ahead of it. Cold cold front knocking on the doorstep there, down that way. Again, the other storm we were talking about that was down here, well south of our area, even more south. Mount Vernon is down here, for crying out loud. But that storm also tornado warned. But we're still here with the one with Jacob on the storm near Olney right now. So that'll go into Lawrence
Nothing better to do on a Thursday night, right?
County. What's that?
Nothing better to do on a Thursday night, huh?
I would have loved to have had dinner tonight.
You and me both.
Yeah, that's true. You're going to be able to stop and get something good at one of them little mom and pop establishments.
You know, by the time if I keep going south, by the time I get something, it may be might be a little late, but that's okay. I'm seriously a little tempted to drop south. Let's see, isn't Vincennes straight in front of me to the east of here?
Yeah, Vincennes is straight east of you. Lawrenceville, then Vincennes.
Yeah, I will.
The problem you're about to have is that back storm is about to catch the storm you're on, and then that's going to be more of a line segment.
My limit's probably the Wabash River. I ain't crossing that. I'm right in the Bears cage here.
You're in the Bears cage.
I still see the lights on at the 8 a.m. thing, so that's a good sign. Okay, we're now on the east side of town. Whew, lightning here is just incredible. 20 miles to Lawrenceville.
All them lightning strikes.
If that thing was going to have a chance to drop, we were right there. But
rotation on the southeast side of town.
Hey, that's where I am, Kevin. I see it. It's that feature I was kind of peeking at there. Watching the lights from the south side, some of those commercial places kind of illuminating. You could see it, and it was moving at a pretty good pace. You could tell it was moving, but I didn't see any power flashes or any tornadoes or anything like that from it. So that's some good news, but certainly some rotation still. I'm thinking downstream, heading into what's Lawrenceville? What county is that in? Bridgeport, Lawrenceville. Let's see what they do. Kind of at the edge, and Indians have to make that decision. So I might turn around here in a minute or two, Kevin, just to kind of peek south and back to the west of me to see what's going on. But got a little bit of rain here.
Okay.
If anything, it's some good practice for spring weather. Get a little night observation.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised by that amount of people that are watching our live stream from down that way, which is cool. We love it. A lot of people. I'm in Lawrence County. I live right on the line. I'll be driving into it from Olney, says Rachel. I know that's kind of you guys are kind of in that dead man's land, I know, for those that live down that way, because you've got the Evansville market in southern Indiana, then you got Terre Haute, and that's kind of it's a tough area to cover on the edges of all of those markets. But I'm curious, those that are in here and watching, is there a TV station that are watching this that you usually watch, that are watching our coverage all the way from Champaign, Illinois? I'm just curious, type in the chat there where I can read your comments. Do you usually guys watch a local channel there, or how did you stumble upon our coverage here? You just hopefully diehard WCIA fans, or Kevin, Jacob, and Seth fans.
Hey, Kevin, you know what we'll have to do is we'll have to start some annexation of other TD markets and take these counties for our.
Yeah, annex.
Been down here enough in recent years.
Yeah, no doubt. Kind of
I don't want to say.
Jasper, Crawford, Richland, Lawrence County, Clay County area. You want to annex that into the WCIA market?
Yeah, I don't want to say invasion, but we've been here a few times. All right, Kevin, I'm going to turn around and get another view of that storm here for you real quick. Kind of take a peek. See plenty of lights on towards Olney. I think that with where I am, I got trees in the way. That's probably.
All right, here's some comments here. I just like to watch you guys. There you go. Thanks, Rachel. Somebody, Joanna, watches one of the stations in Terre Haute that I used to work at. That is not our sister station. I would struggle with that because we have our sister station there. It's technically, that's the one I should be promoting and pimping. But I did work at the other one there in town. Becky watching in Olney. Ricky, I like this one from Ricky. I live in Sullivan, Illinois, but I've been watching your stream for a few hours. I'm invested. Rachel says it's picking up rain in Olney pretty hard. Autumn says, yep, grew up in Mansfield, moved to Mount Carmel, and still watch you and still use your weather app. Carly randomly saw it scrolling through Facebook from Jasper, Indiana. James, my family gets WTWO and WTHI. They always try to watch WCIA because they like our weather and news team. Well, thanks, James. Always watch you guys from KZ, says Stephanie. You're always warning us. Very good. Oh, here we go. We got Mr. Brandon Tatum that are in the house here. No, we're doing some streaming right now. We're just doing some streaming on the web here. He's our 10 o'clock producer here. And he just popped into the studio. We got Jacob. Jacob's still down there tracking.
Hey, Kevin.
Something. Mr. Tatum, you have a question?
Hey, Kevin.
Yeah, that's fine.
Kevin, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hey, Kevin, can you hear me?
Yeah, what? Go ahead.
Some sort of blue flash. It didn't look like lightning in front of me here. Let's see what camera I got on. Let me turn on this camera. And it's hard to make out, but it's in the spot you would want it to be. Oh, man. You think of blue. Oh, boy, this is hard to tell. It's in the right spot.
Oh, look at that. What was that?
Yeah, see that? I'm looking at that here. It's a little more visible to the naked eye, but there's something.
I saw that.
Something there.
That little, when that lightning flash, there was. Oh, okay.
There.
Yeah.
What is that? There was some. It looked like a weird blue flash in that general direction that didn't seem to match.
Yeah, there's definitely.
So that's why I was like, oh.
Yeah, you got your camera right center frame. When that lightning lights up, you got that lowering. It's right there. Oh, if we freeze frame that. Yeah, what is that there?
Something going on here. This will be coming in towards. I'm right north of Claremont for reference. And I'm wondering if this southern storm kind of comes into the south side, helps to surge it a little bit. Could we get some help from that southern storm to make something happen here?
But an uptick in the winds.
Yeah, I got a wind out of the north and west at my location right now. Let's see. Maybe that wind surging around the backside. But it's also kind of filling in with the rain, it seems like. So I don't know what to make of that.
Wow.
Oh, this storm's down there in Wayne County, too. Whew. Wayne City, Jeffersonville, Sisney.
Definitely going to have some strong winds, probably hit your spot there.
Think I'm about to bail back more to the east.
You didn't make it to Claremont, did you? Claremont?
I'm right in the north of Claremont, to my left. So Claremont is right due to my, I'm turning the corner here to get back on the highway to get east. So Claremont right in front of me right now. I'm heading back east. That was a little weird for a minute there. I don't know what to make of that, but.
Yeah, that storm just to your south, not just to your south, but south of you is still showing pretty.
Wayne County. What's the hail looking like on these storms?
You're about to get overtaken by that heavy rain.
Think about it. I don't know if they've, looks like they haven't extended that tornado warning, so maybe that wind is surging out a little bit, so we'll see what happens. What time is it, 8 or 7? All right, based on my, here's a little planning purposes, based on where I'm at, I'm thinking with that storm that's in Wayne County there, to the south, west of me. I guess that's Jefferson County. No. Let's see. Wayne County. It
Curious
is
about
Wayne
the
County.
next radar scan on your storm there. I want to see what it does here.
Be another case if I get to the storm and I'm thinking about it, kind of planning ahead. Probably the best place right south if I want to experience that.
All right, looks like we're kind of losing this signal.
Get back.
Here. All right, let's click back to radar here for now. I did find that some video from I-55 there. Looks like some cars that have some pretty large. See
Some
this?
dents.
Yeah, look at this. Here, come here.
Ouch. Couple of
holes.
Couple of holes through the back windshield. Ouch.
Yeah. Yikes.
That's no fun. We do not like to see that.
All right.
On the bright side, we did kind of avoid the baseball threat today. Don't
Yeah.
think we
Yeah.
got more than one or two, but that was.
Yeah.
Things looked a little sketchy there for a while, just looking through some of the models. And it's like, oh.
Yeah. I am surprised maybe that there weren't more. I mean, that Staunton looks to be kind of the biggest that I've seen. Those are some big hailstones.
I think we got Jacob's picture pretty crisp again.
There he is.
Yep, I think we got you back, Jacob.
Can you hear us?
I don't know. Can you hear us, Jacob?
Yeah, I can hear it.
Oh, okay. Where you at?
All right, I'm going to turn back to the west here. I'm going to actually just punch in the storm back in. It's not. Well, I don't know about that. Let's see. I think I'm going to drop south in Albany and
They expired your tornado warning.
might go towards. Say again?
But you better watch that one down there. See your south and west.
Well, Salem. Where I'm going. Heavy rain. Huh? You can hear it.
Oh, we can hear the rain for sure.
I'm mixing in now. Little mixing in now. Too big. Oh, I should put my camera forward. Sorry. Pretty windy.
What? Have you already turned back west?
I turned west, yeah. I'm going west back into Albany, and I'm going to drop south. I'm going to go down to Mount Salem, West Salem. Is that the town? Hard to remember what name it is. It's, yeah, we're right down to kind of where we're at on that side here. It's windy. Well, I had to rain. Now just north of Claremont. And it looks like that lightning up a little bit. Yeah, a little town called West Salem, so south of Parkersburg, north of Boone. Yeah, kind of might go squeeze down there and see what happens. Has there been any hail reports in any of these storms down this way, Kevin?
No, I haven't seen any reports. The last thing that we had reports of were actually wind back towards Mount Vernon. A lot of wind damage in Mount Vernon, I guess. Thousands without power in Mount Vernon. And that storm that is tornado warned southwest of you came through. So those are the latest reports. The biggest hail lately has only been like quarter-sized hail with that whole line coming through.
That's good news, man. I don't want to have to worry about any of that when I drive south.
Yeah, quarters at best, probably. But there's definite wind. I mean, the wind on that line that's to your southwest. Let's see. There's some 70-mile-an-hour gusts.
Yeah, I'm gonna cut.
In that storm that is to your south.
I'm gonna cut south. If you see West Salem,
Yep, West Salem. Calhoun, Parkersburg.
you see where West Salem is. I'm gonna cut south from this borough, so I might lose you guys.
Yep, we lost you.
I was saying, geez, you wasn't kidding. That was
Wow.
immediate.
He knows what he's talking about there. Cut right out. Here, let's come back to the radar here. All right, let's see. I'm trying to come back to West Salem. Ooh.
Pretty good CG on a screen just a second ago. Before it froze.
So look at these winds. Look at the kink. There's your kink in the line.
Yep.
And if you query some of the wind speeds, look at this. Could
Oh my goodness.
be overdone a little bit, shooting a little higher up, but probably some 70-mile-an-hour winds. Those blue pixels there. See those blue pixels like that? That's quite a bit. So the problem is our friend is 15 miles as the crow flies to West Salem. 15 miles.
Y'all hear me?
Yep.
All right, I'm driving south. I'm kind of in some county roads due north of West Salem. So this road will take me right into town, and we'll see what happens. GPS tells me, pull that back up here, tells me I am 13 miles away. Just for reference here. I decided to cut a little earlier because I didn't want to, I wasn't going all the way into Allen. I think I got a little bit of hair coming down now. I don't know if you hear that.
You're not back to Alma yet?
I turned south before Alma. So if you look where West Salem is, I am due north. I'm taking a road.
Oh. Oh, so you're on, okay, you're on a, I don't know what road you're on. What's the name of the road?
I think it was Primrose or something like that, maybe where I turned off. Let me see, I'm passing a sign. I'm at 900 north and 100 east, maybe 1500 east. It's hard to see in the darkness. But if you find West Salem, it's the county road that goes all the way straight north.
Straight there. You go
Water
straight
there.
there.
I don't know if you can see my location on Spotter Network.
Well,
that thing's going to come
just a
right
little-
into West
well-
Salem, isn't it?
Well, FYI from our friends that are on the chat here, Rachel says, there's super bad signal between Claremont and West Salem, and the roads are horrid. LOL. So, good luck.
It's very encouraging.
Hey, send a tow truck if you need to.
She asked, are you on Shell or Meridian? I gotta make me look up the map here.
It's going to be County Road
Are you on 1500, maybe?
16. County Road 1600 East. 800 North and 1600 East. I just crossed Mount Pleasant Lane.
Autumn says, watch for potholes. Good looking out.
See, talking about the whole state of Illinois here or what?
Okay, yeah, you're on Highway 12. Okay, gotcha.
Is that what this is?
You're on Highway 12.
.130, I think, is the highway that goes south from Olney. That is to my west a couple of miles.
Well, I hope it's to your east. If you're traveling south.
I am east of it. It is west of me. Does that make sense? So I did not make it back to Olney.
Oh, yeah.
Heading westbound before I
Yeah.
got to Olney, I cut south.
Calhoun's going to be on your right.
So yeah, I'm 1 mile to the east of Meridian Road. Oop, deer in front of me. That'll be a way to get a new swim tractor. Okay, 10 miles until I get to West Salem. How am I looking on the radar, Kevin? I'm kind of focused on the road here, of course.
Oh, man.
Hear that laugh. The lightning is just incredible off to my southwest here. In fact, maybe I'll turn that a little bit more. You can kind of see a little bit of a...
Well, I'll tell you this. You may not have to make it to West Salem. That thing might pass between
Beat me?
Parkersburg and West Salem if it continues on its... I guess it's still going more northeast or east.
Okay, this sign says I've got to turn right. If it's a gravel road in front of me, I may just go back all the way to the... that's weird. Right.
There's a nice kink in the radar there.
Yeah, I see it. How do the power outage numbers look on the power outage map down here?
No, that's a good question. Where are we looking? Not horrible. Way more towards the St. Louis area. Mount Vernon, definitely. Mount Vernon area got it pretty bad. That looks to be the worst. Seth, I'm going to give you the luxury of doing the 9 o'clock newscast tonight.
Oh boy, that sounds fantastic.
And
What about the 10?
I will still be around. I was thinking of going and running and grabbing us some food if you would like.
It's not a bad idea. I would
If you do
not
the-
be against that.
If you do the 9, I can go grab us some
Sounds like a fair trade.
food, since we have not left our perch in many,
Hey, pick
many
me up,
hours.
son.
Sharon, if I were Jacob, I'd head east pretty quick. not a horrible plan. Oh, let's see if I can still see his location. I forgot. Oh, I see his spot. Okay. So he's going to be getting to Parkersburg. I see where he's at now. Okay, that helps. Oh my goodness. Well, our friend is going to get in some wins, that's for sure. South of West Salem is a town called Bone Gap. Wonder how Bone Gap got its name.
Y'all hear me at all?
Yep.
Yeah, roads, they got worse.
The roads got
About,
worse, he said.
Roads, I'm about halfway between, what is it, Calhoun and Parkersburg, heading south still. I'm almost to kind of the 3-county corner there. And the lightning to my west has been nothing short of impressive here.
All right, so just to recap, up we got some people still watching from Olney. There is a ton of lightning, as you can see. There's all the lightning strikes. Still quite a bit, so that next back edge is moving through. They just repopped a severe thunderstorm warning for the rest of that area that's down there. Jacob is right here. He's going to be here. I'm going to show the exact kind of location. He's like somewhere right here where Jacob is. And so in the next...
About 5.5 miles to north of West Salem.
Yeah, so he's trying to get to here, which, yeah, he's probably going to get overtaken by that line in the next 5 minutes. And you're going to get rocked by some wind, I'll tell you that, man. Be some decent wind.
about pot road either.
Tired eating potholes down there, says Rachel.
Yes, I've seen a few of them. But hey, remember that one time back in was it 2020, 2021, I think? To get around.
And he's gone. This is connection. He is down there, man. He's down there. Oh, is that a lightning or a power flash? That's a pretty intense line. You might get into a little bit of hail. I bet he gets into some quarters. He might get into some quarters over there. Oh, we fully lost his signal now.
Completely gone now.
Completely lost his signal now. Yikes. More for the area he's in, not because something happened, but I'll say this, it's also, he's about to get just hammered by this line, so.
Yeah, about to get blown off the road.
Well, let's hope not, but it's going to be pretty intense there, so we'll be curious to hear back from him when he tells us where he's at and what he experienced. So remember, when he gets to West Salem, we'll have his shot back, or at least his audio. But actually, let's see. He is, oh yeah, okay. He's almost going to make it to West Salem, according to his spotter network. His signal trying to come back. Maybe West Salem will give him a chance. He literally is right, I'm going to point it out. He's right here. He's right here. And traveling south, and this beast, the old storm tracker, is about to see it
Face the test.
Yeah, face the test here. I mean, there's some hail in there too, because you can see this is going to be some hail, probably some quarters. So, and he's right there. Man, I was talking about that Bone Gap area. There is some wild winds down there. Now again, keep this in mind what I'm about to show you here in a second. Switch to velocity. Okay, so here's those strong winds I was talking about, okay? But just south of West Salem, look at those. Look at those radar signature, velocity signatures. This is not accurate, but it shows 107 miles an hour, okay?
I say we don't even have that on the color scale.
No. Tell Jacob, or respond to him, it's not off, man. I still see you're in a bad area there. There is no signal coming back to us. Tell him it's not switched off. We have it, but we cannot see his signal at all. Because we have it pulled up back here where we can control that, Jacob, so. Boy, I'd be real curious to know what he's getting right now, because, oh, it just came back for a half second. Oh, it's getting close. So probably as he gets closer to West Salem, we're probably going to have his signal hopefully get better, you would think, since that's a city that probably has some cell phone towers in it, but I bet he's getting rocked by now with this. And his shot is frozen again. He should be in West Salem right now, or close to it. Maybe he pulled off, because now it shows him. Well, Oh, it came back for a half second. He's right where potential rotation would be south of him. Oh man, I keep seeing some of the freeze frames of the lightning strikes there. Dude, I bet that is wicked right now. Oh, I wish we had a shot.
Just showed. I mean, look at that. That's crazy.
I wish we had a shot.
Blinding.
So we're getting. See, that's just a freeze frame. So that's what's happening. You're going to see this kind of pop in back and forth, maybe of a shot there. But that was the last frame that we had. So hope all is well. Hope that didn't hit the car. Well, we'll wait to hear back from. Now we fully lost the signal.
Just sent us a text, and all that it says is insane.
Really? Yeah. Okay.
One word.
Insane, he says. Yeah. Well, hopefully he's rolling on there because I can't. We can't see his shot. It keeps going in and out. Oh, and now Michael's in here, ladies and gentlemen. Michael's
Trouble.
in here. Michael is giving me a look. But he's going to want to. We're streaming on the web. You're not on camera, though. But the audio is on. And there's 1,600 people watching. You needing to switch our batteries, aren't you? Okay. We will do that. Stand by. Okay, we're back. Sorry about that. I had to switch some mics out since they've been on for like 5 hours. Well, we still don't have Jacob. I cannot wait to hear back from him, hopefully.
Last evidence we had was a blinding lightning
lightning bolt there, and his shot. Dude, West Salem just got absolutely. Wow. That's an intense line there. Some of you that live down that area might have to go rescue Jacob if if the storm tracker took a lightning strike. Bone Gap, man, I'm telling you, Bone Gap is just. This is wild, seeing the velocity down there. Just gotta wonder what some of the winds are. Oh, you got a text from Jacob. Here we go. We have a text. In West Salem. Hail? Does he have any hail? Ask him if there's any hail. And can he still hear us? And we just can't. I wonder if he can hear us still through the app.
I think he can hear us most of the time.
Had to have had a little bit of hail in there. That had to have been some blinding heavy rain that came through.
He indeed can hear us.
Oh, he can. There you go. Yep. Your TVU shot doesn't even have anything registering. Like, usually we can see the signals from some of the cell phone providers, and they're like zeroed out. There's nothing there.
He says easily 60-mile-an-hour gusts.
Oh, yeah. All right, well, I'm gonna go pick me and Seth up some food, since I believe the chase is over for Mr. Dickey. He might want to find a hotel in Vincennes.
Have him drop over to Diedrich and spend the night at
the
parents' place.
Yeah, okay. All right, well, I know a lot of you have been here with us on the stream. There's still 1,600 of you on here, so I'm going to leave it on, and, at least and we'll see if we get a report back from Jacob. He can explain what he went through, but he's in a bad area that we ain't going to get a signal for a bit, I'm guessing. Guessing Bone Gap doesn't exactly have the stellar cell phone coverage down that way. But we'll keep this up for you guys that are still watching. I just want to do this real quick. This will be kind of fun. Radar over the last 6 hours. Wow. Look at them storms. That's what it's looked like. That's what we went through. Storms really fired in the area that a lot of the models did say were going to happen. Some hail reports, some funnel cloud reports. We always kind of thought that this may not be a big tornado producing day. We didn't have the backed winds like you need. But intense storms for mid-March in what is typically, well, it's still considered winter. It's still winter until Tuesday. So it's winter. Wintertime severe weather. So, all right. If we get Jacob back, we'll pop him up. But, oh, got an update from Jacob. Oh, he's got some tree damage.
Wow.
Flags ripped off poles.
Sheesh.
Yeah, that bone, if he gets down to Bone Gap, there has to be extensive damage down there. Has to be. Those radar velocity returns were wild. I was gonna see, let me see those again. Yeah, those radar. Yeah, those were. Yeah, there's no way that Bone Gap isn't. Again, and I am not familiar with Bone Gap, so let me. Bone Gap, Illinois. Population 181.
There you go.
In Bone Gap. Edwards County, population 181. The village was situated in a gap in the tree line. There you go. When the first permanent European settlers arrived in 1830, they found a large number of discarded animal bones and named the settlement Bone Gap. Well, I have a feeling that there's not going to be power down in Bone Gap. I would almost venture a guess to say I almost guarantee it. And I don't know who covers the power down that way.
The Bone Gapians.
Yeah, I don't know if that's a Ameren or not. Doesn't look like it. Let's do this. Outage.us, Illinois. Let's see, Edwards County. Edwards. Jeez, he's down there. Okay, Edwards County. Oh, it is Ameren. Well, that's going to get updated. There's no way that they could have. Now, again, unless everything's underground, which maybe it is, they got rocked by those winds, according to radar. He's getting gas. He says the lightning is insane. And oh my goodness, Jacob, look at the radar signature east of West Salem and Bone Gap now.
Man, yeah. That's looking pretty good.
Here, look at this thing. Friendsville.
Uh-oh.
That storm is not your friend. That's pretty good. That's going to be near Allendale, Patton, just north of Mount Carmel, Illinois, actually. That's got some rotation on it. That's going to be a tornado. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Well, that's way far from him, but man, that is a strong cell. All right. It's your classic kind of QLCS.
And there
You
goes
get
the
this-
warning. Yep.
Yep. There's your classic little nub. We call it a front end nub. Right here. Just a classic signature for tornado. Is he in West St. Okay, sitting at Casey's. Power seems to be on there. Sitting at Casey's in town waiting for lightning to end. Might go east to Allenville area before coming north. Allenville. Confirmed. That's an interesting.
Oh wow. Yeah.
Look at that. That's kind of interesting. I'm
Not
confused.
sure what's going on there.
Confused with that one. That's an interesting confirmed one. Well, there must be some CC or some. Let me see. Must be some. What you call it? Correlation coefficient dropout, maybe. No, I'm not seeing that. Weird. I think that's the Indianapolis.
I think that's
office.
where it divides. I think Lincoln still covers
Yeah, that's
probably this side of the border. So
that's
it's probably,
the Indianapolis office that just issued the confirmed.
but they can't cross the border and
Yeah, and
get it
that's
where it actually is.
along the old Wabash River. Makes that a little more tough. But they went with the confirmed. They must have got a reporter. I don't know. So I think Jacob was in West Salem at the Casey's. Potentially was going to see what happened down in Bone Gap, according to the radar. 80-mile-an-hour winds, but unclear. See if any Amarin outage stuff shows up. And he's on the move again. We still don't have a shot. And again, we have you pulled up here if you can still hear us, but you are on the TVU slate. Let me see if I can. I don't think it's even going to matter. Do a delay. I mean, all of your things have to be red on the TVU. There's no way that. Oh, bone, or nope, that's not right. Sorry. Indian City has one green. That is not gonna be able to push the signal back, I'll tell you that. Oh, we have a cell phone. Hello.
Well, hey, I figured we do it the old-fashioned way and just talk by telephone.
So how was that storm when it came through?
Well, I tell you what, that was a real whoosh of wind, and that came through. There's probably about 5 minutes where I couldn't see anything with the visibility that was in place. Had a little bit of hail, wasn't terrible. The lightning, though, I wish you guys could see the lightning, the backside of the storm. I'm now heading east from West Salem here, heading take me about 20 minutes to get to Allendale, see if anything happened over there, but the lightning in the backside really impressive. As far as damage goes, I'm going to guess 60 mile an hour winds. Power seems to be on here. I saw some flags that were tattered in pieces, and a couple signs looked to be bent over a bit. But trees took a pretty good. They looked a little thin in some spots. Now, what helps here is with the wind being strong, there's no leaves for the wind to grab onto, so it can kind of whistle on through pretty easily, a little easier than, say, in the summertime. But there are definitely a lot of limbs down. I sent you that one picture, so thought I'd just call and be like, hey, that's what's going on. I got some footage, too. I'll have to edit it and share it tomorrow. Because for a little bit, I couldn't even see the road in front of me. I had to go about 5 mile an hour to get on through. So that's kind of what we're dealing with down here.
We saw the last frame was like this gigantic bright flash of lightning that looks like the storm tracker got hit, so we were wondering.
You probably thought, oh, it's the end of the storm tracker.
It was close, man. We were like, uh-oh. Yeah, I mean, it must be bad down there. Like, we can't even get anything from your signal, just in terms of,
Yeah, it says it's offline right now. My things are all green, so I don't know if you really can't even see anything or what. I've got one green tower, the rest are all red.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's
if
probably
you've only
an
got
area.
if only one of those are green, then there's no way it'll get a signal back. You got to have at least
Yeah, but
two.
I got full service, full bars in my LTE and my cell phone. So
That's
what
interesting.
it's called.
Are you
Yeah.
AT&T? You're AT&T?
AT&T, yep.
Okay.
So, what that storm looked like with the tornado to my east? Confirmed damage, CC drop, anything like that?
There seems to be. I mean, it's rain wrapped pretty good. It definitely looked
Yeah, it looked real impressive there. For a little bit.
real good there. Probably. What is that? Just looking.
Tell you, the lightning is just incredible. All these anvil crawlers just dancing across the sky and constant electricity flashing. That's pretty impressive to see. So, yeah, lights seem on where I am now still, and I'm heading east.
East of West Salem?
Yeah. I've kind of snaked through. I'm at 1050 east on the road on the north side, and then on the road about 3 miles east of West Salem.
Gotcha. Well, that storm, I mean, I didn't see much of a CC drop. I mean, it's great looking on radar. Maybe there's one. Oh, maybe. Is that it?
Well, text me a coordinate, and I'll go do a little investigating.
Oh, is there a river there? Or do you have to cross a river?
I am crossing a river right now. Just crossing. It's more like a small creek river of some sort. I think that's the county line, if I remember correctly. Yeah, I just crossed the county line there where that river is. So now I think it's Edwards County I'm in, where Mount Carmel is.
If you're coming out of Edwards County, now you're going into Wabash County.
Oh, Wabash County, okay.
You were in Edwards County, so if you just crossed
Gotcha.
over,
Yeah.
you're in Wabash.
Looks like I'm going to go up the floodplain, up the riverbank here in a second, so maybe I get the thing back on. Pull some service from somewhere else. The Berryville Christian Church is just to my north.
Yeah, that thing went through a real rural area down there. I don't see anything.
I hope you get the shot back on the scene here. Because the lightning is just still on. I don't know.
Seth's going to do the 9 solo, and then, yeah.
I think there's a CC drop on the storm now, Kevin.
Yeah. There's something.
That's right there, northeast of Mount Carmel. Why did I drive this far south again?
I don't know. I do not know. Because every storm you got to, it looked great, and then
It's kind of like a sad balloon.
you've been around Seth too much.
Yeah, something. I'm enjoying myself. It's a nice evening drive.
Yeah.
The lightning is just gorgeous. I mean, it's incredible to see the lightning just dancing across the sky.
Yeah, it looked like it's pretty crazy just through your shots there.
Am I back online or no?
No, here, I'm not even going to, I'll even stop and reconnect. Hold on.
I'm thinking maybe I got. But I think the power is out in this area.
That would this would make sense. If like some of the cell phone towers are out. You're going to be in an area where
Hopefully you get close enough to Mount Carmel to pick up a little service. Kind of looking here. There's a house back there. It doesn't look like any lights on. There's one over there, but I can't tell if that's security light. Yeah, there's houses here with no power, so that's got to be what it is.
Yeah.
For the record, I'm on Highway 11, East 500 Road now.
Actually, that probably.
You're on what? Say it again.
Just switching to.
Highway 11 and East 500 Road.
All right, I still have your spotter network position too.
Okay.
Looks like you're just south of Lancaster.
I think I saw a sign for that a little earlier.
Yeah, they should have got rocked pretty good with winds right there. Ooh, there might have been a CC drop south of Lancaster. I don't know. Maybe not. It's tough.
I'm coming up to a town of some sort here in front of me. Hey, I should be able to come back online.
What are you near?
I got three greens now.
All right, hold on here. Nothing. I don't see anything from you. This is.
Okay, back to two of them went back to orange.
Mario's making the call again. So the cat can do his job.
It looks like this little town. There's a four-way stop here. Allendale. This is Allendale? Oh, this is
4 minutes.
I think this is Lancaster. Where is this?
Yeah, that's Lancaster. You're in Lancaster.
Okay, I'm in Lancaster now. Okay. I saw the fire department right there. I think it was the Allendale number 2, so they must be, yeah, Lancaster Church of Christ. Okay. There you go. Lights are on here. Things look good. Oh, he's got Christmas lights on still here. Wow, that's a pretty impressive display. Man, they got the whole garage and everything still. Okay. So if I keep heading east here, I shall come into Allendale. And Yeah, we'll see. Is there any CC drop on this side of the river at all?
Let me look.
Or maybe give me a swath of where I should, a couple roads I should go investigate feeding for wind.
Let's see.
Down here, I can't return home with nothing.
All right, let's see. Where am I at here? All right. So that's West Salem. It kicked up pretty good. It's just south of Lancaster. I mean, it looks great. It's just going through nothing. That's the problem. I mean, that is straight up farmland. Patton. No.
The lightning is still just.
And I just don't see. I mean, yeah, it's pretty rough. Maybe when you get to Allendale, there's Highway 1.
Yeah.
And then between Allendale and Patton is where probably there could have been something.
Which direction is Patton from Allendale?
Southwest.
Southwest.
But, yeah, by a couple miles.
Okay. So I might go south and route 1 to Mount Carmel, and then I'm going to have to find some food there.
Yeah, that's probably your best bet. Okay, well,
right.
Seth's going to do the 9. I'm going to go run and get us some food for ourselves, and but we'll check back in with you here in a little bit.
All right, I'll catch you later.
Later. Dude is down in Mount Carmel. You gotta love it. He really went for it. You gotta.